mojo's rising, and the Mets fans know all about it. The box office extremely busy this morning. New York's finest out in full force. There'll be a sellout crowd on hand this afternoon. The Mets, left for dead 48 hours ago when it seemed as if all hope was lost, have come back from the dead, and now with the win, they know there'll at least be one more game to be played. It was a miracle back in '69. The fans are hoping for another one here in '99. It is a gorgeous day for baseball. The fans who have been so instrumental the last few nights in pumping up the Mets will try to do the same again this afternoon. Hello again, everyone. I'm Matt Loughlin. Welcome to Geico Mets on Deck here on Fox Sports Net New York. Here it is, lay it all on the line. It's the reason why baseball goes 162 games. Every game has importance. What's on Tap is brought to you by Coors Light. A win and they're in. It's that simple for the Mets. Last night, Rick Reed did the trick. We will have the plays of the game, and we will unveil the 1999 Mets Player of the Year. 5 players nominated, 1 selected by you, the fans. Well, it's the Mets and Pirates this afternoon on this sunny Sunday afternoon. That's the small picture within the large screen. The big picture is, of course, the playoff race. The Mets, after that loss to Atlanta, didn't seem they'd make it. But as we check out the Geico National League playoff race situation, the Mets dead even with Cincinnati. If they win today, they'll have a play-in game at the minimum tomorrow afternoon. Bobby Valentine knows more is needed.
95 wins is okay. 96 is what we need, and you know, we're ready to go and get 96. But I'm proud of these guys. I mean, they couldn't do anything more in my book. They've come to play every day. They've left it out on the field, and you know, we're getting some hits right now. We're making some pitches right now, and I think it's our time of the year.
Most everybody in that clubhouse, had you asked the last day of the season, we're playing for something. And you think about it, you know, with the team that we had, would you go for that? Of course you would. This is a great situation. There's how many other teams? Let's see, 4 is already in, we're 4 or 5. You know, 22 teams, 23 teams are playing for nothing today. They're playing for a quick game so they can get on a flight to go back home. This is great. This is what we play for.
So as the Mets go to battle, they will send a veteran of the wars to the hill. 41-year-old Orel Hershiser will be opposed by the Pirates' rookie right-hander, 24-year-old Chris Benson. Hershiser 13-12 on the season, coming off his shortest outing of his career. But Mets pitching coach Dave Wallace says it is this game, the one that Orel Hershiser lives for.
I think this game, more than anything, fuels his fire. I think he's been in these kind of situations. I think he thrives on this kind of stuff. So I would say, knowing him as well as I do, that he just lives for moments like this. And I think, you know, hopefully, you know, he'll step up and give us a good performance and keep us in the ballgame.
Here is the lineup that Hershiser will face this afternoon. With all the injuries the Pirates have had, it is somewhat of a minor league lineup, but dangerous in spots. Al Martin has 24 home runs. Kevin Young in the cleanup spot can do some damage. And Warren Morris, the rookie, one of the leading candidates for the Rookie of the Year award. For the Mets, it's the lineup that's carried them over the last few days and for the season. Ricky Henderson, Edgardo Alfonzo, John Olerud, Mike Piazza, Robin Ventura playing third, Darrell Hamilton, Roger Cedeno, Ray Ordonez to follow, with Orel Hershiser in the number 9 spot. The bats went cold a short time ago, but they've gotten hot at the right time. Wild card in the future for the Mets. Just win, bub, and you're in. The fans know all about it. They're out in force. We'll be back with highlights of last night's game. A couple of weeks ago in Atlanta, the Braves talked about how loud their fans were at Turner Field. You know what? That's nothing. When this place is jumping, and it will be, Shea Stadium is a rock and roll affair, and you know it'll be loud this afternoon. Welcome back to Geico Mets on Deck, everyone. The Mets have found themselves in a position where they need to win, and the season will continue. They've gotten outstanding pitching performances the last 2 nights. The better of the 2 came last evening from Rick Reed. Let's check out the plays of the game. Reed outstanding from start to finish. Top of the first, 2 strikeouts. First Brant Brown, then Kevin Young. Top of the third, the strikeout roll continues. Al Martin goes down, and Rick Reed knows that he's got something special working. In the top of the 6th, Al Martin with a looper, short fly to left, and look at Ray Ordonez. Gold Glover indeed, another outstanding catch. Bottom of the 6th, on Mike Piazza's ground ball to third, Aramis Ramirez throws it away, setting up an opening for the Mets. They take advantage. Robin Ventura rips a ground rule double to right. John Olerud scores, and the Mets lead 1-0. Later in the 6th, Ray Ordonez with the bases loaded hits a soft liner to first, and it's thrown away. That allows Piazza to scamper down the line. 2 errors in the inning for the Pirates. The Mets with a 2-0 lead. Bottom of the 8th, Rick Reed helps break it open. Helping his own cause, 2 runs come in on his base hit. 4-0 New York, and the capper, courtesy of Piazza's 40th homer of the season. And this place got loud. The Mets score 5 in the 8th. Rick Reed closes it out in the 9th, gets Abraham Nunez looking, and the game is over. 12 strikeouts for Reed. The Mets with the 7-0 win. For just the 10th time in franchise history, a Mets pitcher shuts out an opponent, gives up 3 or fewer hits, and strikes out 12 or more. Afterward, Reed talked about the heart shown by the Mets.
I think it's just the character of players in here. You know, we've got some guys who've been through some wars, and I tell you, we lost 7 in a row, and no one gave up. No one. You know, we still believed that we could do it. You know, and I know last year we just ran out of games. This year we lose 7, we have 5 left or 6 left. So, you know, there was still time, and you know, we just needed a little bit of luck, and we got it. So, you know, the Reds dropping 2 in a row, us winning 2 in a row. So. We just got to do it tomorrow, brother.
Best performance of the year by far for Rick Reed, saving the best for last. The season in some ways he'd like to forget because of the injuries, but boy, oh boy, when he needed it, he had it. The breaking pitch was outstanding last night, able to throw the heater by batters who are looking for the breaking ball. And then he helps his own cause with a 2 RBI base hit. What a night for Rick Reed, who picks up his 11th win of the season at a most opportune moment. Following his performance last night, as he was speaking with the media, I had a chance to speak with him, and I asked him, as he came to the ballpark and prepared at the ballpark, what was his mindset?
When I warmed up in the bullpen, I told myself that I needed to keep the ball down tonight. And I looked up there at the flag during the national anthem, it was blowing straight out. So, you know, I know last September I was Mr. Home Run Ball. So, you know, that was the main thing, was keeping the ball down. And, you know, I would rather have 12 ground ball outs than 12 strikeouts. So, you know, I kept the ball down and hit my spots, and, you know, and got some strikes called.
Rick Reed saved his best for the last of the regular season that he had to pitch, and I don't think he could be any better than that.
A short while ago, there was talk of a Subway Series. Then it died. Well, you know what? Well, the Mets will have to take care of business first, but you might want to load up on your tokens. It may be here in 1999. Up next, the top 5 for Met Player of the Year.
You're watching Geico Mets on Deck. A 15-minute call can save you 15%. 1-800-947-AUTO.
Fan Appreciation Day here at Shea. The turnstile's busy. The Mets hoping to give the fans something else to appreciate. Yeah, indeed, this is it. A win, and the season continues. Huge crowd on just a great day for baseball here at Shea Stadium. Well, there have been so many wonderful performances for the Mets in 1999. So many standout performers. But in balloting for Player of the Year, we had to whittle it down to 5 for you to vote on the internet. As a review, here are the 5 candidates.
Here comes Alfonso. Big swing! Big swing!
This past season has produced many great performances and heroes for the New York Mets. The emergence of Roger Cedeno as one of the premier base stealers in the league, the solid pitching of Oral Hershiser and Masato Yoshii, in the spectacular defense of shortstop Ray Ordonez, just to name a few. But as in any season, some players stand above the rest as the players that are most valuable to their team's success. For the Mets, we put the list of 5 players on the ballot for the title of 1999 New York Mets Most Valuable Player. They are Armando Benitez, who stepped in when John Franco went down with a hand injury.
The 0-2 to Grissom. Got it! With a heater. The payoff pitch to Rivera. Put it in the box! Armando Benitez. 0-2 to Jackson. Put it in the box!
Robin Ventura, whose presence was important on and off the field. Edgardo Alfonzo, who emerged as one of the league's best all-around second basemen.
Ground ball. Mets win it. Inning 7. Edgardo Alfonzo, the game-winning RBI.
Ricky Henderson, who showed that 40 is just a number.
Taken for a ball. Myers throw, not in time. Henderson's going to try for third. The throw from Rivera, not in time.
And Mike Piazza, who electrified the Flushing faithful throughout the year. When we return, the 1999 Fox Sports Net New York Mets Most Valuable Player, presented by The Wiz. The MTA can thank the Mets for the additional Sunday revenue. The 7 train absolutely packed as the fans have come out to fill Shea Stadium on this final day of the season. The Mets with destiny in their hands. Here are the 5 finalists once again for Mets Most Valuable Player. Armando Benitez, Robin Ventura, Mets second baseman Edgardo Alfonzo, the ageless wonder Ricky Henderson, and the big bopper catcher Mike Piazza, who hit his 40th homer of the season last night. And guess what? Edgardo Alfonzo, in a landslide, was the winner in the balloting for the Wiz Player of the Year. A full 50% of the votes went to Alfonzo. Mike Piazza finishing a distant second. That's a bit of a surprise when you consider that Alfonzo goes about his business very quietly. Certainly his numbers and his performance deserve the Player of the Year designation, but when you think of all the stars that he's surrounded by, sometimes he can get lost in all the publicity that they generate. But it is Alfonzo who won your balloting. And I asked the second baseman, how does it feel to be so honored?
You know, many things happened. Many things good happened this year to me and for the rest of the team. And it's kind of a little surprise, you know, but whatever I can take, I'd take it, you know. Whatever's good to take, I'd take it. And I think I've been working a lot this year to, every year I get a little extra work to get better. I think this year is something special. So everything I've been doing during the spring training, during the off season, now I see the result.
Well, Alfonso will have a chance to add to his glory this afternoon. Indeed, today, not just Irish eyes are smiling. Everybody should be smiling this afternoon. Mets fans want the club to go all the way. We will come back with more, and we'll take a look at a great moment for Matt Franco.
You have been watching Geico Mets on Deck. A 15-minute call can save you 15%. 1-800-947-AUTO.
Fans coming out to Shea Stadium this afternoon. Look at that. This place will be packed to the rafters. No room, a sellout crowd for this final day of the regular season with so much on the line for the Mets. Well, when we look back at this season, there'll be a number of moments that will stand out. But one in particular, considering the circumstances, took place courtesy of Matt Franco. Well, Paul O'Neill and the Yankees had their home run bats out on July 10th. 6 home runs in all. Ricky Leday, Jorge Posada, and O'Neill again. Here at Shea, even Chuck Knobloch belted one out. The Yanks led 6-4 in the 7th with upstep Mike Piazza, and out went the ball. Not just out, way out. 482 feet off of Ramiro Mendoza. The Mets led 7-6. But before the sellout crowd in the top of the 8th, it's Posada again. His second homer of the day put the Bombers back on top, 8-7. But we move to the bottom of the 9th. Hope is alive. Bases loaded for Matt Franco, who lines a single to right off of Mariano Rivera. Ricky Henderson scores easily from third. Edgardo Alfonso tries to score from second, and he's safe. Jubilation time at Shea as the Mets win it 9-8. For Franco, just another day at the office.
I knew it was a big situation, but I was just really concentrated and focused, and I didn't really feel the pressure that time. I've definitely felt the pressure before, but for some reason that time I was unaware of it. You know, we were down by 1 with the bases loaded, and that pitcher's given me troubles before. I really don't like hitting off him, but for some reason that day he threw me a couple of good pitches to hit. I fouled a couple back and took a close pitch that could have been strike 3, but it was a little low, and then got a big base hit. It was unbelievable.
Well, that is the highlight from a Mets perspective thus far, beating their crosstown rivals and doing it in such thrilling fashion. But there's still a game to be played, and there's still perhaps a highlight to top that one. And who knows what the future holds. If the Mets win, they know they have, at the very least, another game to play tomorrow afternoon. And if they get some help from the out-of-town scoreboard, it's immediately on to Arizona. Immediately after this, it's game time. Before the season ever began on the field, the New York Mets front office did their work off of it, reworking the team's lineup with some key free agents and re-signing the centerpiece of that lineup to a record contract.
Yeah, that ball's clobbered. Home run, Mike Piazza.
The hopes at Shea were as high as the opening day balloons as fans got their first glimpse of the revamped lineup, which included a new look infield that was rumored to be the major's best. But it was an old fan favorite who provided one of the year's lasting memories.
Number 400 in the books for John Franco.
Unfortunately for Franco, that would be the highlight of his season, as the injury bug soon put him on the shelf, while Robin Ventura and his Mets mates were building a season to remember.
High fly ball. He's going to have another one. 2 grand slams in one day for Ventura.
By early June, Bobby Valentine's squad appeared to be striking on all cylinders as they went on a torrid streak that culminated with their second series of the year against the Yankees. Mike Piazza provided the familiar long ball, and on one memorable Saturday in July, Matt Franco supplied the heroics. The Mets seem to have all of the elements. A defense that smothered grounders, clutch hitting from a balanced lineup, and plenty of speed. In fact, they had the kind of all-around strength that made it impossible to imagine what would happen to them at crunch time. At the worst possible time, the wheels fell off the juggernaut, and in 1 week, an entire year's success had evaporated. Yet there would be time for more memories. A Wednesday night miracle against Maddox. Then on Friday, the Mets began their rise from the ashes, jumping out of their grave. And last evening, Rick Reed pitched a game for the ages, keeping the Mets' hopes alive. There's room for one more memory before the season closes today. The toughest ticket in town as their fans have rallied around the Mets. The box office absolutely jammed earlier today. A sellout crowd on hand. The Mets have packed some luggage anticipating more games to play. But they want to take care of business first, and that's a win. If they win, there will be more action for New York in 1999, and this place is packed. Shea Stadium, Mets and Pirates, final game of the regular season. Everything on the line for New York. Hello again, everyone. I'm Matt Loughlin. Thanks for joining us on this brilliant Sunday afternoon for Mets baseball on Fox Sports Net New York. By now, you know the story. It's a rather simple one. As the Mets have risen from the ashes, left for dead 48 hours ago, all they have to do today is win. It ensures at least a game tomorrow. If they get some help again from Milwaukee, a win today, a loss by the Reds, and guess what? The Mets are on Tuesday action against Arizona. For more, upstairs we go to our very own Howie Rose.
All right, Matty, thank you. And it's interesting, isn't it, that with all of those highlights we just looked at, 161 games have already been played, but it's the one that will be played this afternoon that everybody will remember and that will define this season. And as long as that's the case, Ralph Kiner, it's a good thing that two of the Mets' hottest hitters are going well again.
Yes, they are. And Robin Ventura with a game-winning base hit to put the Mets within one as he wins the game in the 11th inning with a single to center field. And Ventura celebrates by going to the man who scored the winning run. And then Piazza with his 7th home run. And Piazza with the 7 home runs in September, helping to carry this club. So it's Ventura and Piazza, and what's ahead today?
So the Mets getting set for the final game of the regular season. We'll see if there's more to come. Oral Hershiser will pitch for New York against the rookie Chris Benson for the Pittsburgh Pirates. The brooms are out. We'll be back.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you by Coors Light, Frost Brewed for that refreshing taste. Pack the Rockies. By The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment. By Trans World Airlines, one airline with one mission, yours. And by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, every day.
The year 2000 Corolla. Millennium proof dependability.
Batteries! You went in there for batteries.
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and walk out with TVs, camcorders, DVD players, and home theater systems at special prices. Plus, get 1 year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store when you use your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
This TWA first class seat comes with one feature most requested by today's business travelers: a coach fare. First up, from Trans World Airlines, Before your next flight, ask if we can put you in first class for your full fare coach ticket. First up, from TWA, one airline with one mission, yours.
You've got a key to your house. You've got a key to your car. Well, now you've got a key to the pump. Speed Pass from Mobil. It's your personal key to getting in and out of the station fast. Just wave it at the pump, gas up, and go. To get your free Speed Pass, call now, toll-free. Mobil Speed Pass is linked to a major credit card or check card you already have. Over 3 million people are already getting gas faster with Mobil Speed Pass, the fastest way to get gas.
Does it take more to get you going in the morning? You get more for the money. Nobody does breakfast like McDonald's. More for it, honey. McDonald's has more ways to start your day. From our delicious hot breakfast bagel sandwiches to hearty hot cakes and sausage. So zip by McDonald's and make more of your morning. You get more for the money. 'Cause McDonald's treats you right. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Huge crowd on hand here at Shea Stadium on a gorgeous day for baseball. Game 162 of the regular season. The Mets have destiny in their hands. They know that if they win today, at the very least, they'll have a game tomorrow. And if they get a little luck on the out-of-town scoreboard, well, they'll head to Phoenix for a game on Tuesday against the Arizona Diamondbacks. For Al Leiter, who grew up a Mets fan, this is a perfect position for his team to be in.
Most everybody in that clubhouse, had you asked the last day of the season, we're playing for something, and you think about it, you know, with the team that we have, would you go for that? Of course you would. This is a great situation. There's how many other teams? Let's see, 4 is already in, we're 4 or 5. You know, 22 teams, 23 teams are playing for nothing today. They're playing for a quick game so they can get on a flight to go back home. This is great. This is what we play for.
New York City is pumped for today's game and this Mets team, which has risen from the ashes. The fans are out in force, and they are jacked. When we come back, we'll have the first pitch of this afternoon's game.
Quarter figures show a strong uptick in gross revenues with a corresponding increase in pre-tax profits. The market, of course, looked upon this very favorably, and the resulting surge in our stock price brings our market capitalization to within 10% of year-end projections. To elaborate on what this means for the company, I'd like to turn the floor over to our chairman.
There's big news in the shipping business. Now there's a shipper that confirms your packages were received. A shipper that uses digital scanners, lets you check on delivery by phone or internet, and can save you up to 65% over 2-day services. Which one is it?
The U.S. Postal Service.
Introducing delivery confirmation for priority mail. So, now what's your priority?
Ralph Kiner, Fran Healy, Matt Loughlin, all with you from Shea Stadium in New York, and we welcome you to the most unique baseball afternoon in the regular season history of Shea Stadium. It has never happened before since this ballpark opened in 1964 that the Mets have reached the final day of the season with a home game that will determine whether or not they play any further. And keep in mind the permutations as well. We're also preoccupied now because the Mets are tied with the Reds with what Cincinnati's going to do in their game against Milwaukee. But remember this, the Dodgers play at Houston about an hour and a half before that game starts in Milwaukee. If the Dodgers beat the Astros and the Mets win here, it doesn't matter what happens to the Cincinnati Reds. The Mets automatically go to the playoffs, because if the Reds were to win as well as the Mets, well, that would mean that there would be a 3-way tie between the Astros, Reds, and Mets, with the Mets automatically getting in while the Astros and Reds settle the Central Division. And, of course, then the Mets would have the chance to beat Cincinnati by a game if the Reds lose. So, Ralph, this has all kinds of dramatic implications today.
Well, it's certainly a perfect day for this kind of a game, and the Mets are ready for it, and they're down to the last chance. And don't forget that yesterday was history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today is the day.
Well, 3 more weeks at Shea would make everybody around the ball club happy, because that takes them right into the World Series. And the umpires this afternoon brought to you by clickandsettle.com. The veteran Bruce Fleming, and it's a good thing to have a guy with his experience behind the plate today. Fleming goes back to 1971 in the National League. Andy Fletcher at first, Mark Hirschbeck at second, and Jeff Nelson, the umpire, at third. When you talked about experience, Ralph, Oral Hershiser brings plenty of that to the mound as Al Martin steps in, and the first pitch this afternoon off the outside corner for ball 1. Martin, a cold hitter. He's 0 for his last 13. He's been struck out 7 times in those 13 at-bats. And Hershiser throws a single that Martin pounds foul. Oral Hershiser knows all about this kind of pressure, of course, from postseason appearances. In fact, here at Shea Stadium, he was warming up 2 nights ago for a possible 12th inning appearance. And that's exactly where he wound up pitching against the Mets for the Dodgers to pick up a save in Game 4 of the 1988 LCS. Off the outer edge, 2-1. One thing to remember, if Hershiser should get into trouble early this afternoon, according to Bobby Valentine and Dave Wallace, the first pitcher out of the bullpen is Octavio Dotel. 3-1 to Martin. Al Leiter is on standby for tomorrow, should there be a 1-game playoff in Cincinnati, or in fact to start the division series in Arizona. Ball 4. So Al Martin draws a walk on a 3-1 pitch from Hershiser. And the rest of the Pittsburgh Pirate lineup for this afternoon. Abraham Nunez coming up now. He's the shortstop, to be followed by Brant Brown, Kevin Young, Warren Morris, Aramis Ramirez, the rookie Chad Hermanson, with veteran Joe Oliver behind the plate, and a one-time #1 overall draft pick Chris Benson on the mound.
The one thing about Oral is the fact that he has had some problems with control.
Nice bunt by Nunez. Ventura will have to hurry, and he gets it there. Outstanding play by Robin Ventura.
Well, the Pirates lead the league in sacrifice bunts. That was their 87th of the year. And right now playing for 1 run in a ball game that means everything to the New York Mets. Good play by Ventura to get the out. And on the sacrifice, a runner in scoring position. The defense for the Mets in the outfield, Henderson in left field, Hamilton in center field, Cedeno in right. Robin Ventura at third base, Ordonez at short, Alfonso at second, and Olerud at first, with Piazza doing the catching.
So the batter now, Brant Brown. Brown has some power. 16 homers, 58 runs batted in, and a little dribbler. Ventura with a long throw. 2 men away.
Well, the Mets infield, of course, well recognized as the best infield in baseball. And for the first time in National League history, the third baseman, the shortstop, and the second baseman will lead the National League in fielding. It has never been done before with the third baseman, shortstop, and second baseman.
Ventura, Ordonez, and Alfonso have been that good. You know about Ordonez's record 98-game errorless streak. Now Kevin Young. Young, 26 homers, 105 runs batted in. One of the few people left in this depleted Pirate lineup with real punch. So Hershiser works him away, 1-0. This team is missing its catcher, Jason Kendall, Brian Childs, who had a huge year coming over from Cleveland, and Ed Sprague, 3 big bats. Dean Lamont's club is forced to play out the string, but they're going to try to drive the Mets crazy this afternoon. The runner goes as Martin breaks to third. The pitch taken for ball 2, a stolen base for Al Martin.
He gets his 20th stolen base. The interesting part of this first inning is the fact that they would play for 1 run. You would think that the Pirates, having nothing to lose, would try to get some big innings. But they sacrifice, and now the runner is at third base.
Young fouls it back, 2-1. Young has handled Hershiser well in the past. course, Hershiser has the luxury of an open base here, but another good hitter, Warren Morris, on deck. Now, we always hear Tom Seaver talk about looking at a lineup before the game and determining, all right, which guys are going to beat you in this lineup. There aren't many right here for the Pittsburgh Pirates, but Young and the on-deck batter Morris are two of them.
There are certainly two to consider. There's no doubt about that.
Swing and a miss, 2-2.
Here's the scouting report on Lowell. Big game pitcher. Well, this is certainly a big game. He knows all the pressures of big games. And the question is there enough in the tank to carry him through 40 years?
A little looper over short. It's going to drop in for a base hit, and the Pirates take the lead. Young with a big turn at first heads back. And so the Pirates, who played little ball in the inning trying to build a run, succeeded as Kevin Young brings in his 106th run of the year to give Pittsburgh a 1-0 edge.
Well, most of these pressure games, big games, are won by blue hits or broken bat hits or whatever. Right there, a blue base hit to center field to give the Pirates a first run. Ball not hit hard, but hit off the handle and a base hit.
Warren Morris with a line drive right at the second baseman, Edgardo Alfonso, and the side retired. But Hershiser, remember how he was dinked and dunked by the Braves a couple of nights ago, gives up an RBI single to Young, and here come the Mets.
Hearing the fan call out for a Coors Light,
hey,
I feel a song coming on. A cold Coors Light is what I'm delivering.
Hey, Beer Man.
The frost brew taste got the fans all shivering. Yeah.
Hey, Beer
Smooth
Man.
Coors Light is always first. Cold rocket chillin' to quench that thirst. Ain't no beer like the one we got.
Hey, Beer Man. Coors Light.
I feel a song coming on. Ain't no beer like the one we got.
Morning, Gina.
Hey.
We're all set, ready for you.
Okay, great. Can I just finish?
Yeah, we got apples on the set if you.
No, I mean, I want to make a trade.
Yeah, well, we're chasing daylight. We really gotta. Get your water or anything?
Let's go.
We move this. Parker.
Lady must away. It's locked.
Sweetheart, it is not locked.
Can I just go for 1 second? Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
Copy that. No, we're gonna go in 2 minutes.
Oh.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Jimmy,
it's working.
Got to go to my train.
I know. We just, yeah.
I'm lazy.
I would defend you, but I am prevented.
I shall defend myself.
I will.
I'm straight now. I should.
Lunch, 1 hour.
TD Waterhouse, $12 online trades, 160 branches nationwide. Member New York Stock Exchange.
How do you like your Domino's deep dish pizza? Domino's delivers your deep dish pizza hot and fresh because you like it like that. Order a medium deep dish with 2 toppings for $8.99 and get any second medium for $4.99. Call now. Domino's, how you like it.
Hershiser walked the leadoff man, and it came back to haunt him as Kevin Young drove him in with a single. So now the Mets, trailing 1-0, send up their regular lineup against right-hand pitching. Henderson, Alfonso, Olerud, Piazza, Ventura, Hamilton, Cedeno, Ordonez, Hershiser on an afternoon when nobody's concerned about playing the day game after the night game, not with the entire season riding on this one. And it doesn't figure to be easy for the Mets, Ralph, when you consider just how strong a rookie season young Chris Benson has had.
He has finished 1-6 in this year, but he has won 11 games while losing 14. He's 1-1 against the Mets this year. And he leads all the rookie pitchers in the National League in earned run average and strikeouts with 136. He's tough. He has good stuff. And the Mets will have to battle hard against him.
So it's Ricky Henderson, who's been going every day down the stretch as well and has only 4 hits in his last 22 at-bats. Henderson, Alfonso, and Olerud. And Benson is below the knees, 1-0. Even at the age of 40, Ricky's still stealing bases among the best in the league. He's tied for 7th with 37 stolen bases. The year after, he stole 60. 2 balls and no strikes to Henderson.
The all-time stolen base leader by a big margin. And he's criticized for the fact that he doesn't run hard all the time.
We have seen that on a number of occasions just over the last couple of weeks. Off the inside corner, 3-0. Play in Atlanta. Wound up going through a stop sign. Double play, which ended the game last week. If the Mets can obliterate those losses with a big afternoon today. A strike right at the knees. 3 balls, 1 strike. He'll sink that fastball, very similar to the way Oral Hershiser does it. Benson at this point will throw harder than Oral. Gets that one up to 92 as Henderson swings through it. A full count now. You could say it's fair, Ralph, that Benson is sort of a latter-day version of Oral Hershiser. Huh?
He has certainly got a chance to have some good years in the game of baseball. Off to a wonderful start in his rookie year. Could be the rookie of the year as a pitcher.
And the payoff pitch. Henderson protecting away, fouls it off. He was magnificent, Benson was, against the Mets when he hooked up with Hershiser here at Shea on the 27th of July. Pirates won that game 5-1. Benson pitched a complete ball game. Mets also beat him back at Three River Stadium this year. So it'll be a payoff pitch to Ricky Henderson. Fly ball to right center field. Chad Hermanson there along with Brown, and it's Brant Brown, the right fielder, to make the catch.
Well, the defense was Brown in right field, Hermanson in center field, and Al Martin in left. In the infield, Young, Morse, Nunez at shortstop, and Ramirez at third. The catcher, Joe Oliver, the veteran, and the Mets now have their second batter up, and Alfonso.
So Edgardo Alfonso, who needs 13 hits today to get to 200. So it's doubtful he'll reach the milestone, but he is in the top 10 in base hit producers in the National League with 187. That ties him for 8th. Going to keep the average over 300 for the season. He'll take a big size collar if the Mets could get in here. And the breaking ball off the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Certainly the highlight for Alfonso this year, that big 6-for-6 night in Houston. Hold to the shortstop side and not handled by Nunez. To see how they scored, but Alfonso's aboard.
Well, that should go as a base hit. He had a very difficult throw to make from deep short if he had fielded the ball. So the Mets get a base runner on as they trail 1-0 here in the first inning. Nunez unable to find the handle and scored a base hit.
Well, the Mets have the tying run on with 1 out, and John Olerud coming up. Now, you know, Benson's probably going to feed him a steady diet of sinkers here. Olerud with a propensity for hitting the ball into the ground. 22 ground ball double plays this year. The Pirates back at short and second. And the fastball inside 1-0.
You know, it's really amazing that a pitcher as tall as Benson is and throwing over the top can sink the ball. It's something that is very natural for him. Usually sinker ball pitchers throw at 3/4 or sidearm.
And the walk. Base hit right field. Alfonso pulls in at second. The Mets have 2 on with 1 out, and here comes Mike Piazza.
Piazza with 2 home runs in this series and 7 in the month of September, a total of 40 for the year, and he has set a club record for runs batted in at 124.
Alfonso at second, Olerud at first. And Benson deal on the outside corner, 0-1. Throw him a slider.
Piazza is 2 for 8 against Benson with a home run.
Pirates playing deep and straight away in the outfield. Back hoping for 2 on the infield. No speed to speak of aboard. Alfonso at second, Olerud at first. Fly ball, right field. Brant Brown right there. Alfonso tags. He'll go to third. Olerud back to first. Piazza hit it hard, but now there are 2 men away. Runners at the corners for Robin Ventura.
The game of baseball is really a strange game. The Pirates got their run on a blue base hit that was not hit hard, dropping in front of the outfielder. Piazza hits a drive to right, a line shot, and it's caught. There is no way in the world we can figure out this ball game or anyone else in any game, as that ball was hit hard, but not in the right place.
So now it's Ventura, who has come back over the last 2 days, just as the Mets have, fighting out of a terrible slump with 4 for his last 9. Benson deals. Breaking ball, 0-1. We've seen the fastball. That was the curve. Also the slider from Benson here in the first inning.
Ventura with 3 hits and 7 at-bats against the right-hand pitcher and a home run.
Playing a step to pull in the outfield. And Benson deals. Fly ball, well hit, right center. Brant Brown to the warning track, and he makes the catch. Piazza and Ventura made solid contact, but each time the ball found the glove of Brant Brown, who made all 3 putouts in the first inning. So at the end of 1, as the Mets leave 2, it's 1-0 Pittsburgh.
Some nations are born. This one was built. Built by heroes who for 97 years have driven trucks with the strength to match their own. The GMC Yukon continues this tradition. An SUV that combines comfort with the power to do more than expected. So to the heroes out there, we make this promise. You keep building this land, we'll supply the trucks. The Yukon by GMC.
Oh, I think I'm in love. Ouch. I'm going over there. Yeah, me too. Nah, she's not my type. What are you, crazy? She's perfect. Do not ruin this for us. You guys can go over if you want, but I'm staying right here.
Middleman getting in the way? At Geico Auto Insurance, there is no middleman, so a 15-minute call could save you 15% or more.
Excuse us. We lost our phone number. We have yours?
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and get 1-year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store with your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
One to nothing Pittsburgh as we start the second inning. Aramis Ramirez, Chad Hermanson, and Joe Oliver to face Oral Hershiser. 1 ball, no strikes on Ramirez. Fouled back off of Piazza. 1 ball, 1 strike. A couple of hard hit balls, one by Piazza, one by Ventura. Both fly ball outs, and the Mets left 2 aboard in the first inning. Fouled away, ball and 2 strikes. Oral Hershiser now pitching at the age of 41 to a hitter who is 21 years old.
All with a record of 14 wins and 10 losses in his career against the Pirates.
Chopper, Ray Ordonez right there, and there's 1 out. So Ramirez gone. It'll bring up the rookie Chad Hermanson. Quick thing about Hershiser this year, Ralph, even if he has struggled early, be it with his control or with allowing base hits, he's shown a capacity for settling in quickly and still toughing out 6 or 7 innings. Fouled away here by Hermanson, 0-1. But again, the long man today, if the Mets have to go out there early, is Dotel.
Well, the Mets have only one game to win, and that's a game here today, so they will go to that bullpen if they have to. There's no room for a lot of patience.
Line foul. No balls, 2 strikes now to Chad Hermanson. Did you ever get to play in one of these, even as a spoiler, against a team that needed to win the last day of the season? What was your approach if you did? Did it mean a whole lot to you?
I hold the record for playing in games where you could do this one.
See, I'm trying to be nice. I know you never had one on the other side. Little dribbler foul. But, I mean, did you ever play a game on the final day of the season, as best you could remember, against a team that absolutely needed it? And did their plight bring out a little more in you?
I think it's easy to play against a team that's fighting for something when you have nothing to win or lose. And the Pirates really are going to be about as loose as they can get because they don't really care whether they win or lose.
Chad Hermanson down on strikes, 2 away. Did you feel, though, as though you'd accomplished something? Did you knock the team out of contention?
I don't think ball players really get into the game that deeply. I think they just go through their routines. I think that's overplayed. And when it comes down to the last days of the season, most ball players have their engines running on the car when they park it to come to the ball game.
Joe Oliver pops one foul outside first. Olerud hoping for a play, but it's not there. You check times of games during the course of the regular season. You might want to compare what you see over the first 161 with what you see on the last day of the season, particularly when 2 teams that aren't going anywhere but home are playing. You might get a couple of 2-hour jobs today. A lot of first ball hitting. 0-2 now to Joe Oliver.
In 1920, the Pittsburgh Pirates had a triple header, the only one played in this century, to play in the last day of the season. It was against the Reds, and the Reds won the first game, 2, and the Pirates won the third game after 6 innings when it was called the darkness.
Well, you had to figure that in those days with no lights. I mean, unless they started the first game about 8 o'clock in the morning. What were the chances they were ever going to get 3 in?
It was pretty slim. There was no doubt about that. And, of course, 3 games on one day is amazing. And it was done once.
Should be noted, those were the days before the Players Union. And the 0-2 to Oliver inside. Joe Oliver, of course, has postseason experience after a magnificent performance with the Cincinnati Reds, helping them to the World Championship in 1990. Big base hit, which I believe won the second game of that 4-game sweep of the Reds over the Oakland A's. 1-2 to Oliver. He went, side retired. 2 strikeouts for Hershiser as he gets the Pirates in order in the second. After 1.5, it's 1-0 Pittsburgh.
Excuse me, do you have the time? Do you have the time? Do you have... Excuse me, sir, do you have the time? Sir, I beg your pardon, do you have time? Anyone? Time? Anyone? Anybody? Time? Time?
I'm not really close to Anna Kournikova. First of all, there's that whole language thing.
A PE ratio is price divided by earnings.
Earnings per share is a company's net income minus preferred dividends.
It's like she's speaking a different language.
Can anyone say asset allocation? Mid cap, small cap.
When we created a smarter kind of investment firm,
growth fund,
we created a smarter kind of investor.
Besides, some of the other players are kind of jealous of her, portfolio.
to you in part by Saturn, a different kind of company, a different kind of car. Well, here at Shea Stadium, where the ticket lines and booths were humming well before game time. I got here about 10:30 this morning, and there were more people outside the ballpark than I'm accustomed to seeing, probably if you were to come 5 times at that hour. But the situation has inspired a lot of artwork, Ralph, just like the old days when the banners were hanging all over the place here.
Well, the banners started back at the Polo Grounds in 1962 and 1963, and the crowd here is very quiet right now as the Mets are tweeting by a score of 1-0. Casey Stengel used to call them placards.
Darrell Hamilton, Roger Cedeno, and Ray Ordonez for the Mets against Chris Benson here in the second. The other games of interest, which is to put it mildly, start later. 2-0 to Hamilton. The Dodgers and Houston begin in about a half hour. And the Reds and Brewers begin at about 4 o'clock Eastern time. Fastball for a strike, 2-1. Drive right at the shortstop Nunez. 1 away. That's 3 hard-hit balls by the Mets in a row with nothing to show for it. This copyrighted telecast is authorized under television rights granted by the New York Mets solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the New York Mets is prohibited. Roger Cedeno takes a breaking ball for a strike. You think this works in the Mets' favor, Ralph, playing before the Astros and the Reds have to play?
I think so. I think to get the scoreboard clean when you're playing now and just think about the ball game and not about anything else.
Kevin Young with an easy play. Cedeno's out, 2 men away. Of course, if the Mets can get ahead here, they'll put all kinds of pressure on the Astros, to a lesser extent the Astros, but to a huge extent the Cincinnati Reds. It's really not about the Astros so much at this point as far as the Mets are concerned.
The game at hand is the one the Mets have to really concentrate on, and the thing you would like to see if you're one of the Mets players or Mets fan is the Mets get out in front. So far it has not happened that way.
Ordonez pops one up. Shortstop Nunez makes the catch. Strong inning for Chris Benson as he gets the Mets in order. 2 in the books in the ultimate regular season game for the Mets. 1-0 Pittsburgh.
Meet the Happies. In our 12 years of marriage,
10 years of marriage, we have never agreed on anything.
Except for the low rates we got at Inter-American Mortgage Bank.
We saved enough money
for my gym membership.
And he spent so much time working out, I had to hire a gardener.
Now that I don't have so many chores to do around the house,
he has more time for his real hobby.
Zoology. We even saved enough money for her real passion.
Inter-American. We save you money. You decide how to spend it.
Most men think that it makes more sense to rent a tuxedo than to buy one. After all, how many times can you use a tux? The fact is, more times than you think. Our tuxedos are 100% wool, fitted to you perfectly, and cost as little as a few rentals. But the best part of owning is, you know exactly who it was who wore it last.
The Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
1-800-776-SUIT.
It's a giant 10% off sale at PC Richard & Son. For 3 giant days, take 10% off our new low price on everything we sell. 10% off all home appliances, 10% off all TVs, VCRs, and DVDs, 10% off all camcorders and cameras, 10% off all home audio, portable audio, and car audio, 10% off all home computers and more. And pay no interest until January 2000 with a PC Richard credit card. PC Richard & Son's giant 10% off sale now through Sunday. Be there!
The new long weekend, new lower price edition of Mets Dream Week is your ticket to fulfilling your dream of being a big leaguer. Imagine taking the field in Port St. Lucie, Florida next January in your own authentic Mets uniform next to players like original Met Al Jackson, Ed Charles, Jerry Grody from the 1969 World Champions, and third base coach of today's team, Cookie Rojas. Call 800-888-4376 to learn more about Mets Dream Week. That's 800-888-4376. Chris Benson, the pitcher, behind in the count 0-1, to be followed by Al Martin and Abraham Nunez here in the third. Inside, Benson with 10 hits and 64 at-bats, and this is first year in the big league.
10 hits, a good mark for a pitcher. It means you played a lot of innings, because to get 10 hits means you got to pitch well.
Actually is putting together a pretty good young pitching staff. Seen Jason Schmidt and Francisco Cordova in this series. 2-2 to Benson. The Mets didn't see their winningest pitcher this weekend, Todd Ritchie, who's won 15 games under the tutelage of Pete Vukovich, the pitching coach for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Has he seen enough of Benson with the bat, huh? 2 swings and he's bailing. Still 2-2.
Walking that first batter, and it cost him a run back in the first inning. They settled in. He's retired 4 in a row. 2 of them on strikeouts.
And the 2-2 pitch. Outside, ball 3. Hershiser, 2-2, threw him a slider. Let's see if he challenges him with a fastball here with Al Martin on deck. Payoff pitch. Inside, he walked the pitcher. Hershiser walked Martin to lead off the ball game. Martin came around to score, but this is the one that's got to really stick in Bobby Valentine and Dave Wallace's craw just a little bit. Walking the pitcher to lead off the inning. Now Martin will be the batter. Martin's been bothered by neck and shoulder spasms lately, contributing to that 0 for 13 we talked about. They're not going to waste much time. Dave Wallace on the phone to the bullpen. Ground ball. Alfonso spins to get one. Double play. How do you like that one?
Oh my! What a play by both Alfonso and Ordonez, and an argument at first base and the call at first. But the call was out, and the Mets turned 2. Ordonez with a great pivot at second base.
And Joe Jones isn't giving this up yet. Gene Lamont's taking it up now. The first base ump, one of the new ones, Andy Fletcher. And Jones was just tossed by Bruce Fleming. Low bridge, too, for Benson. Ordonez almost caught him with that throw.
Wonderful job by both Alfonso and Ordonez. And the Pirates lose a first base goal.
Maybe Jones has an earlier flight than everybody else. He got himself thrown out in the third inning. Bruce Fleming, the crew chief, the home plate ump, went down the line to continue the argument with Jones, and Fleming's the one who threw him out.
Well, I don't know what he took out of his mouth to throw down on the ground, a show of disgust. It could have been gum, but that was the action that got him kicked out of the ball game, as Joe Jones did the unthinkable thing of showing the umpires up.
Olerud's got his foot on the bag, but from that angle, Pirates had a pretty good argument. Might have been just too close to call anyway. Looked like Martin had his foot on the bag just as the ball. There's a better angle. On the bag now. Yep. I'll tell you what, from that shot, the Pirates did have an argument. Abraham Nunez fouls it away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The question is, they didn't win the argument, so the Mets got out all right.
So Al Martin grounds into the double play. 2 out, nobody on there. I guess it didn't take long for Dave Wallace to pick the phone up again and say, never mind. Octavio Dotel had gotten up, and so did Gene Lamont to argue with the umpire. By the time Lamont sat down, so did Dotel. That's hit hard, a foul ball. Joe Jones probably figuring that Nunez decided to take that shot right at Andy Fletcher with that line drive. Well, 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Some standing and sitting out there today too. Mets aren't going to wait long. Hershiser or anyone else gets into trouble, as we've already seen. And the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He got in. 3 strikeouts for Hershiser. This time he gets away with walking the leadoff man. That's what this infield defense will do for you. And a fortuitous call from the first base up. This is all Hershiser's 2,000th Major League strikeout.
I'm a real beer man, so I need to sell the real deal. That's why Coors Light's the only beer I'll vend. Hey! Cyclops! Yeah, Cyclops! Yeah! Coors Light's frost brewed by a bunch of real guys in a real brewery, so it's got a real Rocky Mountain taste. Come on, Ralph! That's a low blow! Yeah, can't fake that. If you did, I just couldn't be associated with it. That's it! Okay, Cyclops! Aquí vengo, amigo! Hold on!
A small business is more than a collection of people. It's a team that plans together, forms relationships together. That's how the small business team at Chase works too. Experts in what small businesses really need, from cash flow to credit. Working together as a team to provide a greater range of small business solutions. So call Chase to see how our team can help yours. Chase, the right relationship is everything.
Batteries! You went in there for batteries.
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and walk out with TVs, camcorders, DVD players, and home theater systems at special prices. Plus, get 1-year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store when you use your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
Tonight's Mets game is brought to you by the Claridge Casino Hotel. Smaller, friendly, and so much more.
Well, Ralph Orel Hershiser just recorded a personal milestone.
2,000 strikeouts in his Major League career. 203 wins and 2,000 strikeouts.
By the numbers, a borderline Hall of Famer. And interestingly, the person he's most compared with, when you start talking about Hall of Fame credibility, is Don Drysdale, which is ironic because of the record that Hershiser broke belonging to Drysdale.
He broke Drysdale's 58 scoreless inning streak when he went 59 innings against San Diego on the last day of the year. That ball game lost by the Dodgers in extra innings, but Orel got the record and pitched 10 innings to get the record.
The 1-1 to Hershiser. Fouled straight back. So Benson in front. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They've been doing this here for 35 years too. Watching from that subway platform. Come pretty close to selling this place out. And Hershiser lets go of the bat while Oliver, the catcher, holds on to the ball. 1 man away. First strikeout for Benson.
Benson goes to the curveball and gets the strikeout as Hershiser tries to get a piece of it by throwing the bat at the ball.
best I ever saw doing that, throwing the bat at the ball on purpose and fouling the ball to get in the base hit, was Dixie Walker, who played many years ago for the Brooklyn Dodgers.
1-0 to Ricky Henderson, so he'd just throw it when he's full just to make contact.
Try and make contact, yeah.
And he would do it more than just once in a blue moon, huh?
Did it quite often. I saw him get several base hits that way.
Breaking ball misses. 2-0 to Henderson. To be followed by Edgardo Alfonzo. He flew out to right his first time up. Long fly ball to right field. That's where it winds up. Either in the bullpen or on those subway tracks. Although I don't think anybody's ever hit the subway tracks here.
I hope not.
At 2-0, outside and low. I know Willie McCovey came close to that. I shouldn't say the tracks, the platform. Willie McCovey came close to that platform once. You're talking something serious when you get it even near those steps. Forget that. That's Robert Redford territory. 3-1 on Henderson. So Ricky trying to break that 0 for 13 here. Just as Robin Ventura's busted out of a slump this weekend.
Robert Redford went to the same high school as Don Drysdale.
And the 3-1 pitch. Fly ball, center field. Hermanson over. 2 men away. After today's game, make sure to keep it here on Fox Sports Net for the show that a generation of Mets fans grew up with as Ralph returns to that classic post-game show, Kiner's Corner, immediately following our telecast. Don't miss it, because we'll have post-game interviews and reaction from however things shake out this afternoon. Kiner's Corner today only on Fox Sports Net. Edgardo Alfonzo singled off the glove of the shortstop Abraham Nunez his first time up. Bonzi now with 188 hits on the year.
Yeah, he's a sense now to hit 300 unless this game goes 23 or 4 innings.
Upstairs, 1-1.
And the Mets have done that before. They played the longest game to a decision against the Cardinals when they won 25 innings. The longest game ever played was a tie game between Boston and Brooklyn. They went 26 innings.
Breaking ball fouled off. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Alfonzo. Of course, most of those early marathons, Ralph, somehow worked out. Ed Sudol was the home plate umpire.
He was in all of Mets long games. Home plate umpire, Ed Sudol. He umpired in the Mets' longest doubleheader in the history of baseball. That was against the Giants in 1964.
1-2 to Alfonso. Fouled away again.
Second game of the doubleheader went 7 hours and 23 minutes. 23 innings.
So a few hot dogs that way. Before Chris Benson was even born. Right here, he's ahead of Alfonzo. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way. Outside, 2-2. Behind Alfonzo, John Olerud. Pirates with a first inning run have the lead. And the 2-2 to Alfonzo. In the dirt, full count. Well, Alfonzo, as he's done so often this year, extends to a full count, which is something Bobby Valentine thought the Mets were not doing enough of during that period where they'd lost 8 out of 9. Said they weren't working pitchers enough and that they were too anxious, over anxious to the point where they lost favorable counts that they had been able to build so many times earlier this season. Payoff pitch, little dribbler. Nunez gets pretty nice hop and throws out Alfonzo. So the Mets go in order in the third. Fran Healy will take you through the next 3 innings. At the end of 3, 1-0, Pittsburgh.
You know, running your own business is not as glamorous as you think. It takes sacrifice, discipline. If you don't deliver, someone else will.
Okay, can we go now?
Sure.
Self-employment. The next big thing from Mitchell Lee. LS. The next big thing from Saturn. More room, better performance. Really dependable.
OmniPoint is more than a wireless phone. It gives you horoscopes.
Oh, yeah.
Stock reports.
Oh, no.
Receives faxes.
Oh, no.
Delivers news.
Oh, no.
Voicemail.
Fred, this is Human Resources.
Oh, no.
How does OmniPoint do so much? Simple. It's the only wireless phone with a brain. It even gives you lottery results.
Yahoo! Ah, OmniPoint.
Wireless takes the next step.
Hey, Doug, it's Chris. I'd just like to thank you for telling me to buy that crappy computer. Why don't you come over and fix it, you son of a...
Well, back here at Shea Stadium now, it's time for our Aflac trivia question. Who hit one of the most memorable home runs in baseball history 48 years ago today? We'll have that answer next inning. We have a 1-0 ball game here at Shea Stadium, top of the 4th inning.
Who are you going to guess? Teammate of his was in the booth, I think. Buddy Curry.
Buddy, a great shortstop with those old New York Giants. Grant Brown hits a fly ball to center field. Hamilton calling for it and makes the grab. 1 down. That'll bring to the plate the most dangerous hitter on the Pirate Ball Club, their first baseman, Kevin Young. Kevin Young, batting .298, is 1 for 1, an RBI single in the 1st inning. Well, you can feel the tension in the air this afternoon here at Shea Stadium. Hershiser misses outside, 1-0. Scouting report brought by Sports Authority, Ralph.
Pretty good ball player, and at one time he was the highest paid player on the Pirate team. Doesn't really say a lot. He signed a contract for $2.6 million.
2-0 on Young. High fly ball. Ventura taking charge. Ordonez taking charge, and the ball comes down, and it's in Ordonez's glove. Hershiser ran out to get somebody out of it. He almost ran into Ordonez. 2 down.
Well, here's Ray coming up in the ball, making the call. I got it. And Oral backing away, and when you say let the sure man have it, Hershiser, who is a good fielding pitcher, has to back off.
Plus, you're not sure who's the surer man. You got Ordonez and you got Ventura.
I think I'd take Ordonez even at that.
And Ordonez very aggressively pursuing that ball as Warren Morris fouls off the first pitch from Hershiser. Morris 0 for 1. He's batting .289. In a real solid year as you look at our in-game box score. Kevin Young with 1 hit. It's 1-0. The Pirates on top of the Mets, top of the 4th inning. Morris gets jammed. Easy play for Alfonso. That'll do it for the Buccos here at the top of the 4th inning. We go to the bottom of the inning. And for the Mets, the Viola-Rue, Piazza, and Ventura. Hershiser taking charge. It's 1-0 Pirates. We'll be back.
Why do I have Aflac insurance on top of my regular health insurance? Because he has his mother's eyes. Because I still have to teach him to whistle. And because Aflac helps cover what other insurance doesn't. If I'm injured, Aflac even provides cash to help pay bills. So why do I have Aflac? Did I mention he has his mother's eyes? Aflac supplemental insurance. Without it, no insurance is complete.
When we redesigned Dodge Neon, we gave it a longer wheelbase and more total interior volume. Not to mention a 132-horse, 16-valve engine, 4-wheel independent suspension, theater-style lighting, 4 cup holders, a standard 6-speaker stereo, and tons of other good stuff. Now get 0.9 financing or $1,000 cash allowance on Dodge Neon.
Now, I know these reports aren't stable, they're collated, but perhaps I can distract you with this nutcracker.
A nutcracker, eh? Well, I do like nuts.
If business were that easy, you wouldn't need us. Update your office technology with MCS Canon.
The new long weekend, new lower price edition of Mets Dream Week is your ticket to fulfilling your dream of being a big leaguer. Imagine taking the field in Port St. Lucie, Florida next January in your own authentic Mets uniform, next to players like Al Jackson, Ed Charles, Jerry Grody, and Cookie Rojas. If you've ever thought about being a Mets Dream Weeker, here's your chance. Call 800-888-4376 to learn more about Mets Dream Week. 800-888-4376.
Let's take a look at that Affleck trivia question again, Ralph.
Well, 48 years ago, a home run that you won't forget. Bobby Thompson with a home run off Ralph Barranca of the Brooklyn Dodgers to win the 1951 season for the Giants.
And the Mets are hoping for the same type of home run today. Thanks for a great season to the Mets, regardless. A lot of excitement out here at Shea Stadium. It's 1-0. Fans getting into this ball game. John Olerud leads it off, takes a breaking ball down low from Chris Vincent. 1-0 on Olerud. Mets are facing a real good young pitcher. He threw a masterpiece here at Shea Stadium last time in town. Fastball misses up high, 2-0. Olerud, 19 home runs, playing them straight up all the way around. Joe Oliver doing the catching this afternoon for the Pirates. Fastball is popped up and out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike. Olerud will be followed by Mike Piazza, who hit his 40th home run in last night's ball game, and then Robin Ventura. There's Big Mike. And the 2-1 pitch to John Olerud. There's a ground ball. Nice play by Kevin Young. He throws it away into the net dugout. A huge break for the Mets, and once again an error on Kevin Young. Oh, what a break for the Mets.
Kevin Young making a very crucial error in yesterday's ball game, and right here makes a great stop. But tries to throw while he's still on the ground and throws the ball into the dugout. And the Mets got the runner at second base, and he represents a tying run. Nobody out.
So John Olerud, who would not have been, he'd have been thrown out at first, and plus he does not make it to second base if the ball doesn't go into the dugout. Olerud is on second base. Mike Piazza is the batter. So Kevin Young, with more errors than any first baseman in the National League, makes a big error here this afternoon.
I don't think they gave Olerud a base hit in that ball.
Down low, ball 1.
That is really tough scoring because he made a great stop and tried to throw him out while on the ground. And I would score that a base hit and an error for allowing the runner to go down to second. But certainly a base hit.
Well, Kevin Young just made his 23rd error of the season.
That's a lot for a first baseman.
Wow. That's got to capitalize on the error. Piazza looping the ball down the right field line, foul. So the count now 1-1 on Mike Piazza. Take a look at our New York Life in-game box.
Well, the Mets getting 2 hits in this ball game, and they both came in the first inning, but couldn't cash them in. And, of course, the Pirates got a run in the first inning on a base hit by Kevin Young.
And the 1-1 pitch, swung and missed. Mike Piazza swung at that ball, Ralph. Like, while he was swinging, he was saying, this is a mistake.
Yeah, he didn't want to swing. He started to swing and couldn't stop it. Pitch is up high, and he couldn't put the brakes on.
So it's 1-2 on the Met catcher. Mets picking up Piazza last year, and a lot of different things happen in his ball club. He hits a drive to right field. Grant Brown is there. He grabs it. Olerud tags. He gets to third base. So the Mets have the tying run 90 feet from home plate. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning here at Shea. Piazza with the sacrifice fly. Mets trailing 1-0.
It should be a sacrifice fly, but it isn't really scored that way. At one time, there was no sacrifice fly rule, and there's not a whole lot of difference when you are a runner-up. I mean, it's like a sac fly, but it isn't.
So Piazza in the dugout watching as Robin Ventura steps in. Swung on and missed. 0-1. Yeah, if you're going to give it when a guy's on third base, you might as well give it whenever you hit a fly ball and a runner tags and advances.
The sacrifice fly rule has been in and out for several times. A while they played where there was no sac fly, where you get no time to bat when you fly out and score a run.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ventura. Line drive right at Kevin Young.
It's the second time Ventura hit the ball hard. The first time, the right fielder made a good play on the line drive. And another bad break for the Mets. So far, things have not come up right for the Mets as the runner has to hold at third.
So 2 men are on now as take a look at that play with Olerud on third. Ball hit very hard right at Kevin Young. It's up to Darrell Hamilton. Takes down and in. Well, I'll tell you, that's the ball catchers have trouble with. You get a little seal on that ball, but Oliver was able to catch it.
Fastball and hard to catch when that ball comes at you close to 90 miles an hour when it's that low and inside.
Inside at that left-handed hitter. Benson working from the stretch, the 1-0 pitch. Outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Olerud on third. Benson at the stretch. A 2-0 pitch. Hold foul. A lot of things happen to your nervous system when you're playing a game that's this important. And the 2-1 pitch. Base hit. Tie ball game. Hamilton at the second base with a double.
Get their first break in the ball game as Hamilton got jammed with that pitch, but he hit it down the line for the 2-base hit. So both runs now, one for the Pirates and one for the Mets, coming on balls that were not hit well.
And Roger Cedeno will be the batter now with the runner on second base. 2 men out, 4th inning. Swung on and missed. 0-1 on Cedeno. So John Olerud, who reached on a costly error, costly for the Pirates, maybe costly for the Reds. Kevin Young making his 23rd error of the season. Olerud scoring the tying run. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Down low to Cedeno. 1 ball and 1 strike. been a while since a game of this significance was played on the last day of the season here in New York in baseball. Probably have to go back to the 70s with the Yankees and the Red Sox. Remember they had a playoff game in 1978?
That was the Bucky Dent home run. Mike Torres, the pitcher.
Can't think of a game that significant late in the season, the last day of the season, I should say. 1-1 on Cedeno. There's a strike. In fact, Rick Waits, who is now with the Major League club since the minor league season ended, pitched in that ball game for Cleveland. Bobby Valentine's focused on this baby right here. It's 1-2 on Roger Cedeno. And a 1-2 pitch. Fouled off. No way that you can really relax yourself. Of course, if you get a lead, that could relax the ball club. Pirates playing really for very little, except trying to get a respectable record.
Well, they're 78 and 82, so.
Cedeno pops the ball up. Ramirez looks at it drifting to the crowd, not a play. Absolutely gorgeous day here at Shea Stadium. Huge crowd on hand. You know one thing, Ralph, when I was a kid, when I thought of postseason play, I thought of New York City.
Well, back in the late 40s when the Dodgers and Yankees played those tremendous series, they were played in the daytime, and it was really something to see, to go out there. Usually wonderful weather, autumn in the air, and some great ball games between the Dodgers playing for Brooklyn and the New York Yankees.
Well, the Dodgers and the Astros are underway in the Dome in Houston. Hamilton leads off second base, 2 men out, bottom of the 4th inning. Chris Benson getting a sign from Joe Oliver. Time is called by the home plate umpire, Bruce Fromming. Bruce, one of the better umpires in baseball. Sometimes you can only watch a game like this with one eye open. And a 1-2 pitch to Cedeno. Pulled foul again. So will do it again at 1-2.
Back in 1947, Bill Bevins was working on the no-hit, no-run game in the World Series, and Cookie Lapaghetto had a double off the wall in right field and won the game for the Dodgers. I remember that one well.
Faces of the Mets. Pitch to Cedeno. Fouled off again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Todd Pratt looking on. Boy, down on the field and in the clubhouses before the ball game, you could feel the anxiety. Kenny Rogers, who pitched a masterpiece on Friday, looking on here on Sunday. And the 1-2 pitch again. There's a high fly ball. Center field. Martin coming over, cutting off the center fielder and making the grab. But the Mets have tied this ball game up. Darrell Hamilton with a key double. And after 4, we're all tied at 1.
It's a giant 10% off sale at PC Richard & Son. For 3 giant days, take 10% off our new low price on everything we sell. 10% off all home appliances, 10% off all TVs, VCRs, and DVDs, 10% off all camcorders and cameras, 10% off all home audio, portable audio, and car audio, 10% off all home computers and more. And pay no interest until January 2000 with a PC Richard credit card. PC Richard & Son's giant 10% off sale now through Sunday. Be there!
Meet the Happies. In our 12 years of marriage,
10 years of marriage, we have never agreed on anything.
except for the low rates we got at Inter-American Mortgage Bank.
We saved enough money.
For my gym membership.
And he spends so much time working out, I had to hire a gardener.
Now that I don't have so many chores to do around the house.
He has more time for his real hobby.
Zoology. We even saved enough money for her real passion.
Inter-American. We save you money. You decide how to spend it.
Coming up to the post here. Now they're up.
Show me your treasure.
Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, chew his whiskers off. There you come. Burn him, burn him, burn him. Oh, they're both going after that fig. Want to go for another?
You step on him?
Let's go.
To bet great horse racing by phone from home, open a New York City OTB telephone account today. Call 800-OTB-8118. At OTB, we've got your number.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you in part by Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s on earth. A lot of Jeeps in the parking lot here at Shea Stadium because we have a full house for the final game of the 1999 regular season. We're all tied at 1 as we go to the top of the 5th inning, and Ramirez pops the ball up. Easy play for Alfonso. 1 down. So Ramirez now 0 for 2 in this afternoon's game.
Sort of a unusual type game for Oral Hershiser. He has had only 3 outs on the ground, and all the rest of them, other than strikeouts, have been in the air. He's a sinker ball pitcher, but a lot of 5 balls.
He'll face Chad Hermanson with 1 man out here in the 5th. Hermanson takes a strike. Hershiser with 203 career victories. On the money, 0-2. This is the second year in a row the Mets reach the last scheduled day of the season with their playoff situation still uncertain.
Of course, the 1 year, in 1973, the Mets won the National League division, beating the Cubs on a day after the official season was over. The game on Sunday to end the season was rained out, and they had a doubleheader on Monday, the following day, and they played the first game and won, and they gave them the championship. The second game was called because of rain.
Fouled out of play. 1-2 on Chad Hermanson. A lot of signs here at Shea Stadium. Hershiser with this pitch will have 51. Swung on and missed. Hermanson goes down. 2 men out. Now let's take a look at our Delta Airlines upcoming schedule.
Well, they play out tomorrow if the Mets win and Cincinnati wins their ball game. Mets will leave here somewhere around 7 o'clock and go down to Cincinnati. And then if we win that playoff game, if they do play and win, they go on to Arizona. Play the Diamondbacks.
It's 1-0 now on Joe Oliver. Fouled off. I guess we could also end up with a 3-way tie.
And that would be good news for the Mets. That way they would win the wild card.
It's a wild situation. That's why they call it the wild card. I mean, imagine the Reds in Houston would have to play off, and the Mets go into the playoffs. It's like getting a bye. Good breaking ball right there, 1-2. Now here it is in the clubhouse. Bring luggage for 3 days to the bullpen. Cincinnati, we leave Sunday night. If Arizona, we leave Monday at noon. Outside to Oliver, 2-2. It certainly makes it extremely exciting when you come into the ballpark with your luggage. You don't even know if you're going.
That's right.
Charlie Samuel was scrambling yesterday and getting everything done. Again this morning, now it's 2-2 on Joe Oliver.
He was trying to find an airplane that they could fly on. That was one of the problems. He couldn't get a charter airplane.
And he got Continental Airlines, so they're ready to go if they have to go anyplace. Here it is, 2-2 on Joe Oliver. Two balls, 2 strikes. Two men are out. We're all tied at 1. Hershiser, the old man against the kid, Chris Benson. And the 2-2 pitch. Foul out of play. So we'll re-rack and do it again at 2-2. How about Mark McGwire? Unbelievable. I'm going to give it to a home run hitter.
Number 65 today. 10th on the all-time home run list. And Vladimir Guerrero had his 42nd, and he's a young man too.
He's a baby. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hershiser to Oliver. Outside. 3-2. There was never a doubt. Milwaukee Brewers fan club. 3-2 pitch. High fly ball down a left field line. Foul. Think he was guessing fastball?
He was out in front of that pitch, looking fastball, pulled it foul. Veteran catcher picked up when Kendall was on the disabled list for the season. Been around a long time.
He was in the minor leagues when they picked him up. Oliver right now batting .205. Once again, the 3-2 pitch. It's on top of it. Hershiser to first. Nice play. That'll do it for Oliver and the Pirates here in the top of the 3rd. Hershiser throwing the ball very well. Playing after 4.5. Ordonez. He loves that pitch up there. He swings and misses 2 and 2. His best offensive years, Ralph.
60 RBIs. That's a real good year for a shortstop. He's done a wonderful job, and of course in the field he's been just amazing.
It's 2 and 2 on Ordonez. Nobody out. Breaking ball. He pops it up. Left center field. So Al Martin and Chad Hermanson, with lack of communication, and the Mets have a runner on second base with nobody out. Boy, if Cincinnati's watching this game, huh? What do you think they're thinking?
They got to be a little apprehensive. A big break for the Mets, a fly ball, really a routine play. But the left fielder and center fielder have a Alphonse Gaston act out there, and a ball drops in for a 2-base hit. Ordonez, seeing the ball drop in, now turns the burners on and goes down to second base. And that's the reason why you run every ball out.
Hershiser fouls the ball off. 0-1 on the Met pitcher.
Doesn't happen often, but you've got to go down.
Scored a double for Ray Ordonez. Gene Lamont wondering how Ordonez got on second base. We practice communication, I'm sure Gene Lamont is thinking. Kevin Young way in. Hershiser missing it now 0-2. It's almost, you know, with Young coming that far down, as hard as he's coming in with 23 years, what if you just push it hard out?
Well, the one thing about Hershiser, he has the capability of faking the bunt and hitting the ball away on Young right on top of him. Of course, he has 2 strikes now. I doubt if Young will charge that quickly.
See Young on the grass. Ramirez, third baseman. Thinking right. There goes Ordonez, the throw, not in time. So Hershiser's out, but Ordonez steals third.
Ray with his 8th stolen base, and that could be a big one for the Mets. It's a called strike 3. Ordonez getting the break of a ball in the dirt, and the tag is made just a shade late. When you catch that ball in the dirt, you have to come up to catch it.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And that's what happened.
You have to give with it, and when you give with it, you come up, and then you got to bring it back down. Ordonez is the only guy I've ever seen that doesn't have to do that. I've seen
just enough time, the ball had to be trapped on the up catch and then back down again. They got underneath the tag.
And Ricky Henderson fouls off the first pitch from Chris Benson. Henderson in his ball game 0 for 2. Ventura talking to Hershiser about the bunt or lack of. But Ordonez hustling to third. That makes Gene Lamont bring the infield in with only 1 out and a runner on third. And there's a line drive right at the shortstop, Nunez.
The ball was not hit that hard. It was jammed with a pitch, but it was right at the shortstop.
Bases loaded double by Darrell Ward made the Houston score 4-0. They're on top of the Dodgers.
Right here, the soft line drive right at the shortstop. Nunez, who makes the catch, and the runner has to hold at third base.
That brings to the plate Edgardo Alfonzo. Alfonso 1 for 2. He had the infield hit, and he grounded out to short. With 2 outs, this is a huge at bat with the runner on third. Oliver keeping the ball in front of him. Ordonez holding his ground.
Good job by Oliver making that play on the ball in the dirt.
They say the toughest situation for a hitter in baseball when you're batting with the runner on third base and 2 outs. One of the toughest. The 1-0 pitch. Fouled back. Alfonso getting jammed. All kinds of signs out here today. Good fastball for strike 1 and 2. You got to like this right-hander, Chris Benson. His record is 11-14, but he has pitched better than his record. He struck out 136 this season coming into today's action, most by a Pittsburgh rookie since 1935. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball misses off the plate. And his 11 wins are the most by a rookie since 1987. We talked about the game he pitched here at Shea Stadium last time the Buccos were in town. It was a very, very good game. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Foul off.
Shadows are starting to creep up in front of home plate, and of course that makes it difficult for the batters. They're not quite up there yet, but right on the area.
I wonder, will the shadows have an effect on the outcome of this ball game? The sun already has had an effect, especially if Ordonez scores. And the 2-2 pitch, old foul. Took advantage of a miscue on the part of the Buccos in the 4th inning. John Olerud reached first base. Advanced to second on a throw by Kevin Young that went into the dugout. Came around to score. A double off the bat of Darrell Hamilton. So once again, in this inning, Ordonez reached. It wasn't an error, but the ball should have been caught. Alfonso fouls it back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Showed you the Houston score, 4-0 against the Dodgers during the 1st inning. Cincinnati and Milwaukee a little bit later on this afternoon. We'll keep you abreast of all the scores right here on Fox Sports Net. 2-2 pitch. 3-2. On deck, John Olerud. Benson's 81st pitch misses outside. Took a chance with the slider to Alfonso. Now he's going to have to pitch to the left-handed swinging John Olerud. So the Mets have runners on 1st and 3rd, and pitching coach Pete Vukovich on his way out to the mound.
That was the first walk issued by Benson in this game, and that pitch was really close. The 3 outfielders are grouped in center field.
Probably talking about lack of communication. They're fighting a tough sun. It's a tough afternoon on the outfielders. The communication problem became very apparent when Ray Ordonez hit a fly ball left center field. An easy play for either Martin or the center fielder, Hermanson. Ball dropping in. So now you got Ordonez on third, Alfonso on first, Olerud the batter. Martin went over to Hermanson and called Brant Brown over. So they took advantage of the opportunity when Pete Vukovich went out to talk to Chris Benson. So Olerud, 1 for 2, singled, and came around to score after reaching on an error. Breaking ball on the corner. 76-mile-per-hour curveball. Vincent can get the fastball up there around 90. Also throws a slider and a changeup. Well-rounded young pitcher. There's the 1-2 pitch. There's the heater outside.
Brant Brown is certainly familiar with fly balls. He made a really serious error, dropping a fly ball while playing for the Cubs in center field last year.
And the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball outside, I should say. It's now 2-1.
His error cost the Cubs a very important game. So he's been there.
And a 2-1 pitch, Olerud. It's a fly ball down the left field line. Martin in pursuit. Can't get to it. How important can an error be in a ball game? We'll go back to the 4th inning, Ralph.
Well, the ground ball down to the first baseman, and he makes a great stop and then throws it away, and it's a 2-base error. And Olerud gets down to second base and scores on a double by Hamilton.
Runners are on the corners, 2 men out, 5th inning. Mets and the Pirates are all tied at 1. Pulled foul. Well, this place has been hopping since early this morning. Big crowd outside waiting to buy tickets. Tremendous walk-up crowd today. Players were here early this morning. We showed you the note on the bulletin board or on the board in the clubhouse about their luggage. So they had to bring their luggage, ready to travel. Where to? They're not sure. 2-2 pitch. There's a looper down the left field line, but foul.
John with 96 runs batted in this year, and of course right now he's in a position to get probably the most important RBI that he could have this year.
Fouls another pitch off. Staying alive. John Olerud's version. And in the Met bullpen, they have some action. Dennis Cook will start throwing. So we are assuming that Oral Hershiser said something to Dave Wallace or Bobby Valentine or Fred Hina in the dugout. Bobby Valentine might figure, well, we've been in the dugout for a while. Let me get somebody loose just in case, because you've got no room for error in this ball game. Right now it's Benson against Olerud. Runners are on the corners, 2 out. 2-2 on Olerud. Down and in. 3-2. Alfonso walks down to second base. So now a base hit drives in 2. Piazza on deck. The fans are on their feet here at Shea. 0-2 pitch. Line drive. Oh, right up Morris at second base. So the Mets strand 2. They fail to score. We're tied at 1 as we go to the 6th.
Yeah, folks, there's some turbulence reported ahead. We're going to climb to 30,000 feet.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
Uh-oh.
Make it a Bud Light.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to return to your seat.
A small business is more than a collection of people. It's a team that plans together, forms relationships together. That's how the small business team at Chase works too. Experts in what small businesses really need, from cash flow to credit. Working together as a team to provide a greater range of small business solutions. So call Chase to see how our team can help yours. Chase, the right relationship is everything.
Still haven't earned enough miles for a free vacation? With the Delta United Frequent Flyer Partnership, you can apply miles flown on either airline to either account. Since together, Delta and United serve more U.S. destinations than any other partnership, you'll be earning trips faster. Delta Airlines, helping you earn trips faster.
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and get 1-year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store with your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you in part by OmniPoint, the exclusive wireless carrier of the New York Mets. And by Bud Light, with a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light. Chris Benson leads it off for the Pirates, top of the 6th inning, fouls the first pitch back, and as we mentioned earlier, the shadows are now creeping out further. All tied at 1 here in the top of the 6th. The Pirates with 1 hit off Oral Hershiser. The Mets with 4 off Chris Benson. He gets jammed, fights the ball to the right side. Olerud flips to Hershiser. 1 down. So with 1 man down, Al Martin will be the batter. Martin taking his time, giving Benson a chance to get back to the dugout. It's a pleasant day for a game, and it's got to be a pleasant day to play the game, even for a pitcher. I don't think the weather will take its toll. The anxiety is going to take a lot more of its toll than the weather.
Temperature at game time was 70 degrees, and of course you do have to fight that sun.
Martin takes up high, ball 1. Hard hit ball. This one will roll all the way to the right field fence. Al Martin on his way into second base with a stand-up double. So Martin, who was 0 for 1 with a walk, scalded that ball into right field. And he's on second base with 1 man out here in the 6th.
Second base hit off of Hershiser. Martin walked his first time up and scored the only run. Dennis Cook in the bullpen for the Mets.
Here comes Dave Wallace. We showed Dennis Cook warming up a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if Oral Hershiser said anything to Dave Wallace or to Bobby Valentine, but Cook got up and well, he's bringing him right in the ball game.
Got a left-hand batter up there, and so they're going to go to the left-hand pitcher. So Oral Hershiser out of the ball game. Allowed only 2 hits and 5+ innings.
He's been a winner throughout his career. 203 victories coming into today's action. Threw the ball very well. You knew Bobby was going to go to his bullpen in a hurry. Dennis Cook makes his way in, and it's our chance to give you an OmniPoint call to the bullpen.
OmniPoint is more than a wireless phone. It gives you horoscopes.
Oh, yeah.
Stock reports.
Oh, no.
Receives faxes.
Oh, no.
Delivers news.
Oh, no.
Voicemail.
Fred, this is Human Resources.
Oh, no.
How does OmniPoint do so much? Simple. It's the only wireless phone with a brain. It even gives you lottery results.
Yahoo! Ah, OmniPoint.
Wireless takes the next step.
Batteries! You went in there for batteries.
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and walk out with TVs, camcorders, DVD players, and home theater systems at special prices. Plus, get 1 year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store when you use your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
You've got a key to your house. You've got a key to your car. Well, now you've got a key to the pump. Speed Pass from Mobile. It's your personal key to getting in and out of the station fast. Just wave it at the pump, gas up, and go. To get your free Speed Pass, call now, toll free. Mobile Speed Pass is linked to a major credit card or check card you already have.
Well, folks, after today's game, keep it here on Fox Sports Net for the show a generation of Met fans grew up with. Ralph returns to his classic postgame show, Kiner's Corner, immediately following our telecast. So don't miss Kiner's Corner today, only on Fox Sports Net. And we'll have extensive postgame coverage of New York Met baseball. Ralph Kiner will be downstairs, hopefully talking to a lot of Mets. I know how the players, not only the Mets, but the opposing players, feel honored to be on Kiner's Corner.
One of the, Richie Allen was one of the players that was on the corner a lot. He was an outstanding player and a hitter. One time I said, Richie, will you go on the show? And he says, well, I don't know. He says, that show takes about 25 minutes, and when they got back to the clubhouse, all the cold cuts are gone.
Dennis Cook now will pitch to Abraham Munoz. Munoz batting with Al Martin on second base. Checking Martin. Hershiser ended up throwing 63 pitches. Down low to Munoz, 1-0. Munoz will be followed by Brant Brown. Deck. He's going to pinch hit for Brant Brown. Pat Mahomes in the bullpen. 2-0 on Munoz. There's a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike. Hershiser now watching from the dugout. Cook wanting another sign from Mike Piazza. And the 2-1 pitch. Foul off. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Munoz has batted 1 time against Cook, and he's 0 for 1. It's about the same on both sides of the plate.
Second base. Now he's back in the bag. Smart move. You really shouldn't get off the bag until the pitcher's on the rough.
He stole third base in the first inning.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. All three. Fouled off. Remember the last time out, Dennis Cook felt that he was getting squeezed and the brim of the cap made contact with the umpire and he was suspended for a game. Hasn't been a real good year for Dennis Cook. He is struggling.
First part of the year wasn't bad at all, but then things got tough.
Well, the home run ball really hurt John Franco. Tough season with that finger. Set him back for a couple of months. Oh, Hershey has pitched well for the Mets. And the 3-2 pitch. Nunez pops the ball foul and out of play.
John Franco has been in baseball over 15 years. He has never been in a postseason game. Started his career with the Dodgers, and of course pitched for the Reds, and now the Mets. So he'd like to get in the postseason as well as all the others.
Once again, to Nunez, the 3-2 pitch. Swing! Down. 2 down. Pinch hitter for Brant Brown. You got Adrian Brown's going to hit. Number 13, Adrian Brown. Hershise's reaction to the strikeout.
And Cook gets that reaction right there as the Mets need one more out to get out of this jam. Had 4 Browns on their roster in spring training.
That means you got to cut a couple. Hey, by the way, Adrian Brown is a pinch hitter batting .250. As an everyday player batting .271, 4 home runs, 17 RBIs. 2 men are out. Cook's first pitch to Brown is down low, ball 1. Following Brown, Kevin Young. Pat Mahomes is ready. Boy, has he pitched well out of that bullpen this year. Martin leading off second base. Fouled off.
Adrian Brown has had 1 at bat against Cook, and he's 0 for 1. Tie-breaking runner is at second base with 2 men out.
Mets have played, they have prepared since February for this game. Vinny Agbayani called up from the minor league during the course of this season, looking on. And a 1-1 pitch. Foul out of play. Fans will come to their feet. Jay Pate, Agbayani. They need some magic today. the Met manager. Tug McGraw, you gotta believe. Waiting to exhale. It's 1-2 on Adrian Brown. Runner on second base. Down low, 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's been through it all, hasn't he? World Series, playoffs, a lot of big games in his career.
MVP of the World Series in 1988. Pitching for the Dodgers.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Adrian Brown, the batter. The pitch from Cook. Fouled off again. Pirates with 2 hits in this game, but they have a run. That's with 4 hits, and they have a run. Again at 2-2. Where the faces tell the story here at Shea Stadium. The players, the fans. Hershiser, 203 victories. Does he still have that fire in his belly? He certainly does.
Tough at bat right here as Adrian Brown scores some good pitches.
Two-2 pitch. Another foul ball. Well, Bobby Valentine decided to give Hershiser the ball today. He only allowed 2 hits. Left the ball game with the game tied at 1.
One of those hits was a bleeder, a blue pigs hit that scored a run. The other was a well-hit ball by Martin in this inning.
Two pitch. Down low, 3-2. Steve Phillips with his son sitting on his lap. Up high, ball 4. So Adrian Brown looked very good as a pinch hitter. That was a tough at bat for Brown. And it brings to the plate Kevin Young, and that'll bring Dave Wallace to the mound. So Wallace coming out of the Met dugout, and he points to the bullpen where Pat Mahomes is ready to come in. He's been throwing for a while out there, so that'll be all for Dennis Cook. Cook will lead the ball game with runners on first and second and 2 out. So it's Cook out, Mahomes in. We're all tied at 1. We're in the top of the 6th, and we'll be back. Back here at Shea Stadium, and now it's time for our Jeep game summary.
Well, the walk, a sacrifice, and a base hit by Young for the run for the Pirates. And Hamilton, the double to drive in a run after a 2-base error. Hershiser working 5 1/3 innings, 2 hits allowed and 4 Ks with 2 walks. Benson a very strong 5 innings, 4 hits and 1 run.
So Dennis Cook out of the ball game. And it's a tension-packed ball game for the Mets and their fans. Pirates playing tough. Nothing a manager can do. Just put your best players out there and stay out of their way. Pat Mahomes, 50 strikeouts, 63 in the 3rd innings. Kevin Young is 1 for 2. Fastball right by him. No balls and 1 strike.
Right now, the Shadows real advantage for the pitcher because the ball's coming out of bright sunlight and into the shadows, and then again sunlight right at home plate.
It's a pretty good shot of those shadows. So when you're hitting, you're uncomfortable when those shadows are where they are right now.
Well, it's so hard to pick the ball up, and that's of course what you have to do, and you got so little time to do that.
Strike 2 on Young. Fans on their feet again. It's 1-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. Boy, if you're facing Mahomes, you got to look dead red.
Well, right here is fastball, of course, his best pitch. The runners will be going with a pitch. Got to look fastball.
3-2. We go to the bottom of the 6th. We're all tied at 1. Well, Pat Mahomes on in relief, doing the job again. You're not out here. There's a lot of noise and a lot of excitement. Listen to this.
Well, the crowd appreciates that as the strikeout ends the inning with runners at 1st and 2nd. They were running on the 3-2 pitch, and now the Mets are coming up.
And Mike Piazza will lead it off. He's 0 for 2. Pops it up in foul territory. Kevin Young over by the cameras and makes the grab. That's a nice play by Kevin Young, fighting the cameraman and making the grab. Well, folks, Kevin King from New York is today's lucky fan. That means if the Mets hit a home run this inning, Kevin wins dinner for 2 at Minnesota's restaurant. 959 West Beach Street, Long Beach, New York. So Kevin King sitting on the edge of his seat along with a lot of Met fans in the tri-state area as Robin Ventura steps in. Ventura takes outside, ball 1.
Well, the Mets fans that are sitting down in that area, or cameramen or whatever, didn't help the Mets out in that play. As he reached right into the stands to make the catch. If they had knocked that ball away, it could.
A bunt base hit for Robin Ventura. So the Mets have a base runner with 1 man out here in the bottom of the 6th.
Ventura with a perfect bunt. And of course he's playing with that bad knee, but he's running fairly well right there as he comes up with a base hit. Now the Mets have the potential go-ahead run at first base with one out.
By hook or by crook, the Mets are going to try and get this ball game. You got a home run hitter like Robin Ventura bunting for a base hit. The batter now, Darrell Hamilton. Hamilton with a big double in the fourth inning, driving in John Olerud. He hits a fly ball, shallow center field, drops it, base hit. Hermanson getting the ball back in, and the Mets have runners on first and second with one man out.
Hamilton with a second base hit. He drove in the Mets run back in the fourth inning. And he did not hit this ball well, but it certainly was in the right place. And now runners at first and second. Hits it right off the end of the bat and was not hit well enough to be caught. Ventura down to second base and holding there.
Cedeno, the batter, with one out. He's 0 for 2. Takes a fastball for a strike. Over the course of this year, Roger Cedeno getting more and more comfortable here at Shea Stadium and has become a fan favorite. Hamilton on first, Ventura on second. There's a high fly ball to right field. Brown is under it. He makes the grab. Ventura tagging, heading for third. And the Mets now have runners on first and third with two down here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Think big, but the Mets now are 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Munoz and Morris talking to the veteran catcher Joe Oliver and Chris Benson.
Well, one thing about the Mets right here, they will go to a pinch hitter if Ordonez can keep the inning going.
Ordonez, 60 RBIs. He's batting .259. With 2 men out, the bottom of the sixth, runners are in the corners. Gene Lamont, the manager, looking out, and Robin Ventura on third, Darrell Hamilton on first. Down low, ball one. Matt Franco in the hole, ready to pinch hit for Pat Mahomes. And the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball for a strike. 1-1 on Ordonez.
Ordonez with 59 home runs while batting in the bottom third of the batting order. That's second in the National League for hitters in the 7th, 8th, or 9th positions.
Well, Bobby Valentine.
He had 1 home run while batting out of the bottom third of the batting order. So he has 59 and a total of 60. Not home runs, but runs batted in. He has 60, but he has 59 while batting in the 8th spot. That's pretty good.
It really is.
Adrian Beltre of the Dodgers is the only one that has more.
2-1 on the Mets shortstop. 2-2. For a while, it was automatic. Ray Ordonez would be pinch hit for in a situation like this, or later on in the ball game. Where now Bobby Valentine has more confidence in Ordonez. Is that a rally cap? Outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runners are on the corners. Fans are on their feet. as Ordonez walks. So Matt Franco, who got a huge hit against the Yankees in the Yankee-Mets series here at Shea Stadium, steps in as a pinch hitter. He's batting .241 as a pinch hitter, 1 home run, 11 RBIs. Those stats are for the complete year from Matt Franco. He finds himself in a key pinch hitting role in the 6th inning against the Pirates. Final game of the 1999 regular season. Pulls it foul. That was a good move by Benson and Joe Oliver. They didn't give him the fastball first pitch. His Pirate Ball Club many years ago had one of the premier pinch hitters, Smokey Burgess.
He was really one of the best. Was a catcher and a left-hand batter, and really was a wonderful pinch hitter.
And his theory was swing, swing, swing. That's what Matt Franco's been doing. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Another breaking ball. 1-1. One for 10 with runners in scoring position for the Mets. The Pirates 1 for 4. Ventura, Hamilton, Ordonez. Bases are loaded. And the 1-1 pitch to Franco. Popped up. Ramirez in foul territory makes the grab. And the Mets strand 3 here in the bottom of the 6th. They failed to score. We're going to the top of the 7th inning here at Shea. We're all tied at 1. New York Mets baseball is brought to you in part by Saturn. A different kind of company, a different kind of car. You're looking at the outside of Shea Stadium as we go to the top of the 7th inning. A big crowd on hand, the Pirates and the Mets. Final game of the 99 campaign, and it means everything to the Mets. We're all tied at 1. New pitcher Turk Wendell, the reaction to the thrown rosin bag. And now back in with the play-by-play, Howie Rose.
All right, Fran, so Turk Wendell will face a left-hand hitter and one of the few real legitimately good hitters left in this Pirate lineup with all the injuries they've had, Warren Morris, and then a couple of right-handers, Aramis Ramirez and Chad Hermanson. And Wendell with looked like a backup slider that hits the outside corner for strike 1. So the big hit for the Mets has been elusive this afternoon. 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. And Morris hits one in the air to center, chasing Hamilton back. He stumbles but holds on. Wasn't pretty, but it was effective.
He got a good jump in that ball. Morris hit that ball hard. And not only did he get a good jump, but he had to fight that sun. Ball jumping off Morris's bat. And Hamilton going back and making the grab. He almost fell down. Sunglasses, the glove, everything to fight that sun.
Aramis Ramirez takes a strike from Wendell. Ramirez is grounded out and popped up. Pirates left 2 on in the top of the 6th before the Mets left the bases loaded in the bottom half. And Wendell quickly ahead here. No balls and 2 strikes. We understand it is raining in Milwaukee. That game between the Reds and Brewers scheduled to start about 15 minutes from now. But it's raining in Milwaukee. And the 0-2 to Ramirez. Swung on and missed. So 2 out, nobody on. And as far as the other game of interest to the New York Mets is concerned, let's go to the Houston Astrodome. Ken Caminetti batting for the Astros against the Dodgers in the last of the 3rd inning. At this point, the Astros leading 4-1. And Caminetti loses 1. His 13th home run of the year, making it 5-1 Houston. And that game's still early in the bottom of the 3rd. They have a dome there. Last regular season game in the history of the Astrodome. Popped up by Chad Hermanson outside first. Olerud hoping for a play. Look where Wendell is to help him out. He's about in his pocket.
And Turk Wendell getting all the way over there by the dugout. If Olerud doesn't get there, Wendell might have made the catch. watch Wendell get off that mound. He's not pointing at anybody. He's on his way after the ball. And he's got to get out of the way. Let Olerud make the catch.
Well, 6 months of believing and still reason to believe, as Rod Stewart once sang, as Turk Wendell completes a 1-2-3 top of the 7th inning. We'll go to the top of the order for the Mets here in the bottom half.
And take a look at what could possibly happen if the Mets win here today and Cincinnati wins their ball game. It's off to Cincinnati for the Mets. The Mets win, Reds win, and Astros win today. That'll be a one-game playoff in Cincinnati. Now the Mets lose and the Reds lose. The Mets are the wild card team if the Mets win and the Astros lose.
But again, right now, Houston leading the Dodgers 5-1. So here's Henderson, 0 for 3 in this game. Ricky lined out with 2 on, with the runner in scoring position. In fact, Ray Ordonez was at third with 1 out in the 5th inning. The infield was in, but Henderson hit one right to the shortstop, Abraham Nunez. Ricky just 4 for his last 25. Fouled back. 1 ball, 1 strike to Henderson. They'll be followed by Alfonso and Olerud here in the 7th. You see what the Mets have done at the New York Life in-game box. They've out-hit the Pirates 6-2 this afternoon. And the 1-1 from Benson. Curveball drops in for a strike.
They're facing a real good right-hander. We talked about the outing he had last time he was in New York. He's got good stuff. He's pitching a whale of a ball game again today. Getting his breaking ball over, getting ahead, throwing good fastball strikes.
Been taxed a lot more over the last 3 innings than he was the first 3. The 1-2 pitch. Henderson lines one the other way for a base hit. Brown comes up with it. Henderson turns and holds. And the Mets have the go-ahead run on with nobody out.
Looks like Henderson might have hurt his leg. Just tying his shoe, but here's that base hit. Fastball out over the plate, and Henderson hitting the ball hard. And he's on first base. When he ties his shoe, you got to be nervous. That means he's getting ready to run. A line drive in the right field. Looks like did he hurt his leg? Fred Heenan now out. There's the reaction in the Met dugout to the base hit in right field. And now Fred Heenan is out there talking to Ricky Henderson.
Well, while Bobby's talking to Ricky, it'd be interesting to get inside Bobby's mind and see what he's planning on doing
Pinch
here.
runner, that's what he's going to do. He's going to bring somebody else out, but he's going to bring out good speed.
Melvin Mora, who undoubtedly will go on and play left field, will pick up Henderson on base here. But I wonder what Bobby's thinking here in the 7th inning now. The runs have been so scarce. The hits have been few and far between for the Mets.
I wouldn't bunt this guy.
So you play hit and run here.
I'd let him hit the ball because he can hit the ball over the wall. He's got 26 home runs. I'm not bunting him. Here's Benson, the last hit by Ricky Henderson going down the first baseline. And Henderson hurting his leg. So Mora out there to run. Mora with good speed, but the guy at the plate with 26 home runs and over 100 RBIs, I would let him swing the bat. You can put Mora in motion. You got Olerud next and Piazza. Got some thunder coming up. And you got to consider this guy, number 13, Edgardo Alfonso, thunder.
Looks more like the knee they're working on there than the hamstring. It was the left hamstring that Henderson was complaining about back in Atlanta. There, looks like Fred Heenan's working on the knee. Unless it's a muscle right behind the knee, up above the kneecap. Swing and a miss, 0-1 to Alfonso. Well, in any event, Ricky out of this ball game. And whether he has any more baseball to play this year will depend on the results. Not only here, but in Milwaukee if they ever get started. Rain there. Boy, that would really put a crimp in everybody's scheduling if the Brewers just can't get that game in today. The Mets conceivably could win here and have to wait until after tomorrow just to decide the wild card, depending upon Cincinnati and Milwaukee. Well, they're going to wait a long, long time at County Stadium, you can be sure. pitch out, nothing doing. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Gene Lamont's not thinking bunt either. He's thinking that the Mets are going to put the runner in motion. Ricky Henderson's still working on that leg.
Well, the Met players on the bench coming out of their seats as quickly as the fans are now at this stage of the game and this point in the season. A lot of the fans still standing here. Alfonso called for time. Now Mora, whether he was bluffing or not, we don't know. But as Henderson called for time, Mora, who didn't pick that up from Alfonso, I should say Alfonso called for time. Mora took off a few steps as though he was trying to steal.
He's not bluffing. He's going too far to bluff. See Mora starting to run and Benson stopping, so Mora stopped.
So
now you wonder if Bobby Valentine would change his mind. I doubt it. If he's going to put him in motion with Alfonso with the bat in his hand.
Would you be inclined to pitch out 1-1?
Well, you could do that. Now, you know, Gene Lamont's thinking the same way. We just saw with the runners in motion, maybe I'll pitch out. Or will Bobby Valentine change his mind on pitching out and putting my pitcher in a hole?
1 ball, 1 strike. Mora bluffs, doesn't go. The pitch taken outside, 2-1. So that almost eliminates the chance for a pitch out here. Maybe Bobby's throwing the hit and run sign and down towards Cookie Rojas to relay to Alfonso and Mora now.
See the pitch count, the 112 pitches this afternoon. 74 of those pitches strikes. Pitched a nice ball game. See Bobby Valentine with his palms down to Cookie Rojas, like, we're not going to send more. Let's check it out.
He's sending more. And Alfonso hits it in the air to right field. Moore is going to have to come back to the bag as Adrian Brown makes the catch.
Well, Moore started running, but we had a shot at Bobby Valentine in the dugout, and he had his palms down, pointing out at Cookie Rojas, like, okay, everybody's going to stay where they are.
So you've got Bobby's signs, because we've seen that before.
Sure enough, he does that, and bang, the runner takes off.
Not long ago, I forget who the runner was, but a Met runner appeared to have injured his leg. Fred Hino went out, talked to him. Bobby went out to talk to him.
Pitch.
Bobby made that same sign, like, just relax, relax, don't go. At least that's how you would read into the hand motion. Takes off on the first pitch.
When you steal the signs, a lot of times you try to steal them from the manager. Although I'm told Bobby's signs are very tough to steal. But if you look at him, he's decoying.
So here's Olerud. Slashing one foul the other way.
Watch this. Watch Bobby Valentine. Now, this means just, you know, watch his palms down after he gives the sign. Like, you know what? Have him stay at first base. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, have him stay right. And the first pitch he leaves.
But if you're an opposing player, would you really read into that as though he was so obviously saying not to steal?
Let me tell you something. If I'm catching and I'm looking over at the manager and he does that, I figure, hey,
you'd buy it. You could be bought.
Buy into that is right.
Mora leading from first. 0-1 to Olerud. The infield at double play depth. And the outfield pretty much straight away. See, some teams will play Olerud to hit the ball even the other way against a right-hand power pitcher. But right here, Chris Benson showed you he's up around 115 pitches now as the outfield pretty much straight away. Just a step the other way in center is Chad Hermanson. 0-1 hit in the air, left field. Al Martin fighting the sun also. So a couple of adventures, although Martin made that one look a little easier than Darrell Hamilton did in the top of this inning. But with 2 out and 1 out, here comes Mike Piazza. Well, a lot of fans right now, I'm sure, are thinking the same thing. Mike, you can justify every penny of that contract with one swing of the bat here. If there are 50,000 people in the ballpark, I wouldn't be surprised if 49,000 of them just thought about the same thing. One big fly here changed the complexion of this entire season for the Mets. But Chris Benson misses up and in, 1-0. Of course, on the minutia side of things, a Piazza home run would tie him with Todd Hundley for the all-time record for homers by a catcher, but that's not what these people are praying for now.
Well, Benson just threw him a fastball up and in. Throughout the series, Mike Piazza has been fooled on breaking balls.
The 1-0. Taken high. 2 balls, no strike.
Showed him a fastball first pitch. Threw him a breaking ball right there, but it was a hanger.
So 2-0 to Piazza.
We've seen what he did last night with that fastball. Hit it over the right field fence.
A lot of tightly clasped hands in this ballpark this afternoon. And some fingernails right down to the bone. Out in front, 2-1.
Out in front of that breaking ball again. I think Vincent would be out of his mind to challenge him with that fastball. Right now, Joe Oliver's going out there and say, okay, you threw 2 breaking balls and you hung both of them. You're going to get somebody killed. But Vincent, boy, he has really pitched a good ball game.
I wonder what Gene Lamont will do if Piazza gets on here, keeps the inning going with Morris still aboard. He has a left-hand pitcher, Jason Christensen, warming up with Ventura and Hamilton, left-handers, behind Piazza in the batting order. So this could be it for Benson. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 out. 1-1 game. We're in the 7th. Mora at first. Benson deals. Swing and a foul tip. Whatever happens as far as results, Gene Lamont has to be thrilled with the progress of his one-time #1 overall draft pick, Chris Benson, this rookie season. Second straight outstanding game he's pitched against New York. Got to hit the weight room first, kid. Elvin Mora is at first base running for Henderson.
This would be a good time right here to have Chris Benson, if you're the catcher, shake his head a lot. Put it in Mike's mind that it might be something other than the breaking ball. Mike, of course, has to sit on a fastball with 2 strikes.
2-2 swing and a miss. He got it.
That's a good pitch right there. Getting Piazza to chase that fastball.
So Benson blows it by Piazza. The leadoff single by Henderson, and nothing more from the Mets in the 7th. We head to the 8th, 1-1.
Morning, Gina. Hey. We're all set, ready for you.
Okay, great. Can I just finish?
Hey, we got apples on the set if you.
No. I mean, I want to make a trade.
Yeah, well, we're chasing daylight. We really gotta. I'll get you water or anything. Let's go. All right. We move this. Parker.
The lady must away.
It's locked.
Sweetheart, it is not locked.
Can I just go for 1 second? Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
Copy that. No, we're gonna go in 2 minutes.
Oh.
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Jimmy,
it's working.
Got to go to my train.
I know. We just, yeah.
I'm late.
I would defend you, but I am prevented.
I shall defend myself. I must trade now. Nice shot.
Lunch, 1 hour.
TD Waterhouse, $12 online trades, 160 branches nationwide. Member New York Stock Exchange.
Does it take more to get you going in the morning?
You get more for the money.
Nobody does breakfast like McDonald's.
More for it, honey.
McDonald's has more ways to start your day. From our delicious hot breakfast bagel sandwiches to hearty hot cakes and sausage. So zip by McDonald's and make more of your morning.
You get more for the money. 'Cause McDonald's treats you right. Did somebody say McDonald's? Let's go!
Fortune 500 companies know that when it comes to renting a car, National Car Rental gets you in your car and on the road fast. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. National Car Rental.
Let's go! Let's go back and take a look at that strikeout by Chris Benson. He threw that fastball out of the strike zone after throwing a couple breaking balls, Mike Piazza. And he threw the heater high and out of the strike zone, getting Piazza to chase it. Once again, another look at it. If you recall, Mike stepped out of the batter's box. After he was in the batter's box prior to that pitch, he stepped out like he was rethinking the situation.
Turk Wendell hits the inside corner to Joe Oliver as we start the 8th inning. And if that was Chris Benson's last pitch of the year, he'll have quite a lot of positive things to reflect on all winter as he strikes out Piazza. And Wendell quickly ahead of Oliver, 0-2. 7 solid innings for Benson. Mets have left 9 on through those 7. The Pirates have left 3 aboard. Dale Swaim is on deck to pinch hit, so in all likelihood, Benson is done. sidearm and fouled back.
Well, Turk Wendell could throw that slider on top, 3/4, sidearm. And he's now showing the fastball a lot more.
Swing and a miss. He got it. Fastball dropped down on Oliver. And Wendell has his second strikeout.
Good pitch from Turk Wendell. Oliver swinging right over the top. Remember, he dropped down the pitch before it, then he threw it. Looked like a fastball. Threw it right by Oliver.
The best news for the Mets is that Dale Swaim is pinch hitting for Chris Benson. Benson done after 7 innings. And Swaim takes a strike at the knees. Melvin Moore did stay in defensively to replace Ricky Henderson, for whom he ran in the 7th inning. Wendell throwing nothing but strikes ahead of Swaim 0-2. They don't play the game this way anymore, but you get the feeling Turk could pitch 9 innings today if he had to. Probably say he could come back and throw 5 more tomorrow. That's how rubber-armed Turk Wendell is. The 0-2 to Swaim, off the plate away.
About 14 pitches and 12 of them are strikes.
Wendell's such a big part of the Mets' push last year down the stretch, and he's been equally important and effective this year. The 1-2 to Swaim. Got in on his hands, and he fouls it back. Behind Swaim, left-hand hitting Al Martin. So Hershiser gave the Mets what they needed, 5 1/3 solid innings, and he's trying to get it to lighter if necessary. That would be tomorrow, or perhaps even the first game of the division series, while John Franco waits for a call today. The 1-2 to Swaim, fouled away. Only have 2 hits in this ball game. Al Martin, who's on deck, has 1 of them with a 6th inning double. Kevin Young's first inning bloop single gave the Pirates a 1-0 lead, and that's been it. Last night, Rick Reed pitched a complete game 3-hitter. Fly ball, left field. Mora over in the camp to make the catch. So Wendell's retired all 5 that he's faced. With John Franco in the bullpen, see whether or not it's Wendell who pitches to Al Martin. Sure looks that way. Once Dave Wallace throws that next batch of sunflower seeds in the mouth, that pretty well assures he's staying put. Put the sunflower seeds down. That's when you know you're heading to the mound.
Well, you remember how upset Wendell has been in his past few outings when he's been removed from the ball game.
Slider misses low. But right here, Bobby's giving him the left-hander.
Bobby's staying with Wendell right down the line now.
Martin just 1 out of 6 against Turk Wendell. 1 ball, 1 strike. Breaking ball low. The double by Martin broke an 0 for 14 slump. Don't forget Kenny Rogers and how strong he was Friday night. Slider inside. 3 balls and a strike.
Got to be real careful with this guy, along with Kevin Young, the 2 guys that can pop the ball over the wall. Martin now with 24 home runs. Batting in that leadoff hole has been very effective. Munoz on deck.
The 3-1 to Martin right there. Backs that slider up to the outside corner, and now they'll stand at Shea again with a full count. Fly ball, center field. Hamilton took a few steps back, now a few more in. And the side retired. Turk Wendell has retired all 6 that he's faced. The Mets will try and forge ahead straight on through in the last of the 8th inning of this 1-1 tie.
There's big news in the shipping business. Now there's a shipper that confirms your packages were received. A shipper that uses digital scanners, lets you check on delivery by phone or internet, and can save you up to 65% over 2-day services. Which one is it?
The U.S. Postal Service.
Introducing delivery confirmation for priority mail. So, now what's your priority?
Like an eagle.
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and get 1-year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store with your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
Final day of the regular season, Oral Hershiser was every bit the bulldog the Mets needed him to be through 5 1/3, sometimes acrobatic innings, allowing just a first-inning run. The Mets finally got even on a Darrell Hamilton base hit. One of the few times a Met delivered today. In fact, the only time with a runner in scoring position. The biggest strikeout of the day to Mahomes. Even Hershiser could appreciate our Tri-State Consumer Auto Insurance Game summary.
It was the old man against the kid, and both Hershiser and Benson pitched very well. Now it's bullpen against bullpen.
Jason Christensen, the left-hander, to face Ventura. Now remember, last time up, Ventura spotted the third baseman, Aramis Ramirez, playing deep. He's even with the bag now. There was one out at the time, and Ventura dropped down a bunt. So here Ramirez in a little bit tighter, but still not expecting Ventura to lay one down. 1 ball, 1 strike to Robin.
Well, it's just a sign of this ballgame when Ventura goes up to the plate. How many times this year did Ventura try to bunt the ball? He bunted it off the right-hander, Chris Benson. He laid down a perfect bunt.
And the 1-1, swing and a miss. The power hitter, middle of the order type that I had remembered seeing do that more than any other was Mike Schmidt, Philadelphia Phillies Hall of Famer.
You know what? When you're in the middle of the order, a lot of times you're second-guessed, even when you're successful, because players feel if you can hit the home run, take a shot at it, but...
Hit hard on the ground to second. Morris with a nice hop, 1 away.
Players tend to second-guess other players. They do it quietly. You know, when you see your number 4, 5, or 6 hitter, a guy with 30-something home runs at the plate, you'd like to see him take a shot against right-hander, but Ventura laid down a perfect bunt and reached base.
So, 1 out. Darrell Hamilton will bat. He's 2 for 3. Hamilton driving in the Met run with a 4th inning double. A 2-out hit. And he pops this one up. The shortstop Nunez calls. 2 men away.
We'll take a look at our Bud quote book. Some team is going to win a lot of games and not go to the playoffs. It's too bad. Let's just hope it's not us. So there are going to be some disappointed players and some disappointed fans someplace in this country, either in Cincinnati or in New York.
Well, right now, Benny Agbayani will bat for Roger Cedeno. Agbayani, the right-hand batter, against the left-hander Jason Christensen. Remember, Roger Cedeno, a switch hitter, much more effective as a left-hand batter. In fact, he only hit 200 this year from the right side. So now it's Agbayani, who had so many big hits for the Mets early upon his recall from Norfolk. In a position here with 2 out, nobody on. Ray Ordonez up next in this 1-1 game in the 8th inning. Low 1-0. Houston leading the Dodgers 5-1, last of the 5th at the Astrodome. Rain delaying the start of the Reds and Brewers in Milwaukee. And the 1-0 to Benny Agbayani. 2 balls, no strikes. Look at John Olerud's expression. It could be April against the Marlins. Same demeanor all year, all situations. And the fastball for a strike, 2-1. Bobby Bonilla, what about his future if the Mets qualify for the postseason? Will he even be on the roster? The 2-1 to Agbayani, up and away, ball 3.
Looked like he was talking hitting in the dugout to Roger Cedeno. Of course, Bonilla also a switch hitter. I'll tell you, I know you talked about the batting average. Cedeno features against left-handed pitching. It's going to be a tough decision for Bobby Valentine to pull him out of the ball game.
By the way, if the Mets were to play the Reds tomorrow, that's a regular season game, so everybody available today would be available. Ball 4. The go-ahead run is on.
And Agbayani with real good speed down at first base and 2 men out. Ray Ordonez, the batter. Sean Dunston on deck. Now Agbayani coming out and better speed at first base. Jay Payton. Well, you got to get that runner on second base, even for Ordonez, who has 60 RBIs. So Payton with real good speed on first.
And Ray Ordonez at the plate. He popped up, doubled and stole a base in the 5th, and drew a walk in the 6th. So Payton measuring his lead. And Christensen throws a strike, 0-1. Jason Christensen worked in Friday night's game. Jay Payton trying to get a read on him. Tougher, of course, to get good leads and jumps off of left-hand pitchers. Payton not going. And the pitch down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nervous near silence has come over this ballpark at times. 1-2. One of the few undisciplined swings that we've seen Ordonez take recently.
Well, he's known as an undisciplined hitter, but he's been successful swinging at pitches up and out of the strike zone, getting some key hits lately. And right there, he chased the ball that was out of the strike zone. A tough pitch to hit, and wasn't able to get around on it.
Most of his key hits have gone the other way lately. The double was a misplayed fly ball in the 5th inning to left center. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's when Martin looked at Hermanson. Hermanson looked at Martin on a routine fly ball. The ball fell in, and Ordonez was at second with nobody out, but the Mets couldn't push him around. Right here, it's 1-2 to Ordonez with Payton at first and 2 outs in the last of the 8th of a 1-1 tie. Right at Kevin Young, and this one will go to the 9th, all even. No runs, a 2-out walk, 8 in the books. Final game of the regular season. The Mets need it, and they're tied at 1.
You're coming up to the post here. Now they're up.
Show me your treasure.
Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, chew his whiskers off. There you come. Burn him, burn him, burn him. Oh, they're both going after that fig. Want to go for another?
You step on him?
Let's go.
To bet great horse racing by phone from home, open a New York City OTB telephone account today. Call 800-OTB-8118. At OTB, we've got your number.
Most men think that it makes more sense to rent a tuxedo than to buy one. After all, how many times can you use a tux? The fact is, more times than you think. Our tuxedos are 100% wool, fitted to you perfectly, and cost as little as a few rentals. But the best part of owning is, you know exactly who it was who wore it last.
The Men's Warehouse.
You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
1-800-776-SUIT.
Meet the Habbies. In our 12 years of marriage,
10 years of marriage, we have never agreed on anything.
except for the low rates we got at Inter-American Mortgage Bank.
We saved enough money
For my gym membership.
And he spent so much time working out, I had to hire a gardener.
Now that I don't have so many chores to do around the house.
He has more time for his real hobby.
Zoology. We even saved enough money for her real passion.
Inter-American. We save you money. You decide how to spend it.
Fox Sports News comes your way later tonight on Fox Sports Net, delivering the latest from the national sports scene with a full recap of Major League Baseball and much more. Get it all on Fox Sports News. Coming up tonight at 10 here on Fox Sports Net. We go to the ninth inning, the third inning of work for Turk Wendell, who's been perfect through the first two. Abraham Nunez fouls off his first pitch.
We were talking earlier, as you see Jay Payton in left field, Melvin Mora out in right field. We were talking earlier about the shadows. Now the shadows should have no effect on the hitter. Look at the center field. He'll be fighting that sun. Look at the way Darrell Hamilton's setting up, looking in with his glove, shading his eyes as he's looking in from his starting position.
1-2 to Nunez. Remember all the trouble that Hamilton had with the first fly ball he saw this afternoon. That was hit by Warren Morris leading off the seventh inning. He fought that sun all the way, and it's pretty tough right now.
I've never seen an outfielder set up like that.
2-2 to Nunez.
Usually when the ball's hit up in the air, you pop that glove up, you have your sunglasses on, but right now, Darrell Hamilton has sunglasses on. He's still fighting the sun, just trying to watch Wendell wind up. Even before the pitch is thrown, he's been, look at this.
Slowly hit. They're going to have to hurry. Alfonso gets it there. Out at first base. The second controversial call against the Pirates at first base this afternoon. Nunez left his feet, and now Gene Lamont will leave the dugout.
I didn't think Alfonso was going to get it to Oliver on time, but I believe he did. Rinnick and now Lamont will argue with the first base umpire, Andy Fletcher.
Second time Fletcher's been involved in one of these. The first one resulted in first base coach Joe Jones being ejected.
I didn't think Alfonso was going to get him, but I believe he did get him by a half a step.
The first one came in the third with Al Martin hitting, and from the angles we showed you, it looked as though the Mets got a break on the call from Fletcher. Al Lamont making sure to get his 2 cents in, although he's probably spent about a nickel this afternoon arguing with Andy Fletcher. And again, Fletcher, one of the new umps. It was interesting to see, though.
This is getting heated.
Yeah, but you know, it was interesting to see in the earlier argument with Joe Jones that Bruce Fremming, the veteran ump, finally came down to defend Jones.
Well, let's see what happens here. Did Alfonso get Nunez at first base? Yeah, I think he got him by half a step.
Number 13.
Of course, the eyes could be going, so you never know. Let's take another look, another angle. Whew.
Well, that's too close.
Too close.
I can't.
It's a tie.
Maybe this angle will be a little better. Not in the glove. Oh. That one's too close for that. I can't make a judgment off of that. The angles we had on the double play ball showed that Martin's foot appeared to be on the bag just before we froze the shot. The ball got into Olerud's glove. But 1 out, nobody on.
Let's take a look at this baby again. It's a tie.
Well, the way we used to play in the streets, a tie went to the runner.
Oh, they don't play like that anymore.
Well, this isn't the streets either. Brown pulls it foul. Adrian Brown batting against the right-hander Turk Wendell here after Bobby Valentine brought Dennis Cook in to face him in the 6th inning. Actually brought Cook in, assuming Brant Brown, who started the game, a left-hand batter, would hit. He went to the switch hitter, Adrian Brown. Breaking ball low, 2-1.
Turk Wendell, how valuable has Turk Wendell been for the Mets this year? Short man, long man. I mean, if they needed him to start a ball game, he's got a rubber arm.
And the 2-1 pitch. Right to Alfonso. 2 men away.
We've updated those playoff possibilities throughout the course of the ball game. Cincinnati Reds game still in a rain delay in Milwaukee. What will happen here? Bobby Valentine knows what will happen if the Mets win and Cincinnati wins, or if both lose. You see Houston on top of the Dodgers in the top of the 6th inning.
That would clinch the Central Division for the Astros. So Kevin Young takes on the inside corner from Wendell. Tony Eusebio grounded out, scoring Jeff Bagwell to increase the Houston lead to 6-1. Hit hard, left field. In comes Payton. He was playing very deep, and the ball drops in. There's no way where Payton was playing that he would have had any chance to get Kevin Young's base hit. And the Pirates have a 2-out base runner.
One-game playoff in Cincinnati if Mets win and the Reds win and the Astros win today, or Mets lose and the Reds lose. Mets are the wild card team. If Mets win and the Astros lose, it doesn't look like the Astros, well, what did Yogi once say? It ain't over till it's over. Armando Benitez ready to come in his ball game. It looks like a double switch. The fans love Turk Wendell. They don't want Wendell taken out of this ball game. They have one of the most dominating closers in the game in the bullpen. So Wendell will be out of the ball game. The fans falling in love with Wendell, and Wendell very upset when he's been taken out of the past few games, but I got to believe that he's fine with this move.
So Halter is right. He's got to go to left field.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, they're trying to get him. Yeah, they want,
can't take more out of the game.
They want more to go left field.
Well, okay, that makes sense because the last out was made by Ordonez, and the 7-hitter is Payton's spot. So Benitez will come into the ball game, and Payton will leave. 1-1, 2 outs, top of the 9th.
Reach across time and see yourself. You stand tall against terrifying enemies. You build masterpieces and break down barriers. You rush into the future and meet your past. For every time, at every moment, the official network of every millennium. The History Channel, where the past comes alive.
When we redesigned Dodge Neon, we gave it a longer wheelbase and more total interior volume. Not to mention a 132-horse, 16-valve engine, 4-wheel independent suspension, theater-style lighting, 4 cup holders, a standard 6-speaker stereo, and tons of other good stuff. Now get 0.9 financing or $1,000 cash allowance on Dodge Neon.
Batteries! You went in there for batteries.
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and walk out with TVs, camcorders, DVD players, and home theater systems at special prices. Plus, get 1-year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store when you use your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
Now, Shane Halter's taking over in right field. He would be due to lead off the bottom of the 9th inning, but I do not expect him to hit. I think what Bobby Valentine is doing here is simply going with what he perceives to be better defense. Remember the ball that Dunston misplayed against Atlanta the other night. So I think what's going to happen here, just to think ahead, is that Halter is in here for defense in the top of this inning, and then Dunston would probably lead off the bottom of the 9th as the pinch hitter for Halter, and then go into the ball game in the outfield.
Well, new pitcher for the Mets. He replaces the very popular Turk Wendell. He's as tough to hit as anybody in baseball coming out of the bullpen. Armando Benitez with that 1.85 ERA. And he's been absolutely awesome lately.
So Benitez will go after left-hand hitter Warren Morris. 0 for 3 in this game. And a little dribbler foul just for Morris to get around on the heat of Benitez.
You know, I'm surprised Lamont doesn't just put Kevin Young in motion and make the Mets throw him out at second base. They don't throw him out. He stands on second base for Morris.
But you know what? Then the Mets walk Morris, and all you've got behind him is Aramis Ramirez.
Fine. You take a shot with a runner. You got to get a runner in scoring position.
Ball 1. Remember, you look at this Pirate lineup, minus Jason Kendall, minus Brian Giles, minus Ed Sprague, and Gene Lamont doesn't have a whole lot of people who are going to beat you with the sticks. So if they were to do that, and the Mets walk Morris, you're leaving it up to Ramirez, although you would have that runner in scoring position.
Ramirez beat him last year. There goes Young.
With a huge jump.
If Morris ever swung at that ball, Lamont would have ran out of that dugout and punched him. I mean, that's the biggest jump of the year.
Well,
but he had to send him. He had to send him. And you know what? They got to walk Morris. Morris got great stats. And here's that jump off first. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Didn't pay him any attention at all. No. You got to walk Morris now.
Okay, so you walk Morris. They're going to walk him. They're going to go after Ramirez. Ramirez can beat you also. And you got a runner in scoring position. You have to get him in scoring position. You know what's amazing is they didn't take a look at him. I mean, throughout the course of this year, the Mets have had trouble throwing runners out at second base. So whoever gets on first base now, you got to send him. And if he gets thrown out, so be it. So now you get runners on first and second. Ramirez will be the batter. And Ramirez batting 182.
Well, this is rare for Bobby Valentine to come out and talk to a pitcher without the entire infield joining in. So for one of the few times this year, it's Bobby who goes out to offer a word or two of encouragement to Benitez.
Probably went out to Benitez to tell him what pitches to throw Ramirez. I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby just took complete control of that.
Or just told him pay attention to the runners here too.
Well, I don't see Young taking off from second base. The biggest thing now is to get Ramirez.
Ramirez 0 for 3 in this game. First and second, 2 outs, 1-1, top of the 9th. Fouled straight back. Nothing in 1.
Ramirez should struggle against Benitez.
You think Bobby just went out and said all heaters, just go and try to blow this inexperienced kid away?
He could have. You know, it depends on the book on Ramirez. If they've had a scuff following the Pirates and Ramirez is struggling with a particular pitch, but against Benitez, most hitters are going to struggle with all of his pitches.
The 0-1. Well, took something off there. Looked like the slider that hung. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know what I think that was? I could be wrong, but I think he overthrew the fastball and it didn't do anything. Every now and then you see Benitez muscle up, and when you muscle up and you're a power pitcher, you lose velocity.
Young at second. Morris at first. 1-1 to Ramirez. Fouled back again.
Yeah, this should be a mismatch. Right now he's ahead of him and he's throwing 3 fastballs. Ramirez late on that last pitch. I'm going to tell you, if you're catching what's going through your mind, should I call for that splitter or should I just go fastball, fastball, fastball?
I mean, Ramirez could still do something here, but if you're the Pirates, you might like Morris a whole lot better, even with Young at first, than Ramirez here, with a runner at second and first. Got him. Mismatch. Now it's official. Piazza applied the tag. And the side retired. So the Mets will try and win it at the bottom of the 9th. No runs, a hit, an intentional walk, and 2 left.
Some nations are born. This one was built. Built by heroes who for 97 years have driven trucks with the strength to match their own. The GMC Yukon continues this tradition. An SUV that combines comfort with the power to do more than expected. So to the heroes out there, we make this promise. You keep building this land, we'll supply the trucks. The Yukon by GMC.
can I have a healthier pregnancy?
How can I find the right doctor?
Is there a good nutritionist downtown?
Can I learn to live with asthma?
Are all health plans alike?
When it comes to renting a car, there's really only one place to go. National gets you in your car and on the road fast. So what are you waiting for? National Car Rental. Let's go.
After today's game, keep it here on Fox Sports Net for the show a generation of Mets fans grew up with. As Ralph returns to his classic postgame show, Kiner's Corner. Immediately following our telecast, we'll have all the postgame reaction. Either way, win or lose. And they're still being held up by rain in Milwaukee, so the Cincinnati angle will come into play later. So don't miss Kiner's Corner today, only on Fox Sports Net. And because the Pirates are going to a right-hander, Greg Hansel, it won't be Dunston to hit here for Shane Halter, but the Mets will hit for Halter with Bobby Bonilla. So switch hitter Bobby Bonilla will give the Mets a left-hand bat against right-hand pitcher Greg Hansel.
So Bobby Ball will go to the plate and look at the one pitch, that heater.
The first pitch, swing and a miss. Bonilla represents a left-hand bat to go against this right-hand pitcher. Mets have one other switch hitter available, Luis Lopez. They have already used left-hand hitting pinch hitter, Matt Franco. The 0-1 taken low.
Bobby Bonilla cannot feel comfortable at all at the plate now. He's been pretty much inactive most of the year, and he's put on a lot of weight, whether it's muscle or something else. I'm not so sure he's got much muscle right now because of the inactivity.
And the 1-1. He held his swing. 2 balls and a strike. You know two things right away. If he gets on, they'll run for him. If the game goes to the 10th, he's not the guy that's going to the outfield in place of Shane Halter. And the 2-1. Down to first. Young takes it himself. 1 away.
Well, they cheer him to deliver, and when he didn't, they boo him as he leaves the field. But Bobby Bonilla made a ground ball right at Kevin Young.
So Bonilla out on the ground ball. Now it'll be Melvin Mora. Mora's already gone back and forth between left field and right field, moving back to left field ever since replacing Ricky Henderson, who singled and then appeared to have a problem with his knee and was lifted for Mora as a pinch runner. Mets have already used 4 left fielders and 3 right fielders, although Mora's been in both places. Bobby Valentine continues the chess match. It's all about matchups, looking for an edge. And Hansel misses away, 1-0. Melvin Mora, who dropped down a perfect sacrifice bunt, helping to build a run the other night. Drives one, right field, in comes Brown, base hit for Mora. Big turn for Melvin Mora. They throw in behind him, but Mora represents the winning run at first with 1 man out. That's a huge hit for the Mets because that's one guy among the next couple the Pirates probably figured they'd handle. Now you've got to deal with Alfonso and Olaru.
And also now you've got to keep in mind the Pirates did it. Kevin Young got into scoring position. Well, it's the bottom of the 9th inning. You've got to get a runner down there on second base for Alfonso and Olaru.
A single, a grounded to short, a fly to right, and a walk. Alfonso's body of work today. Hansel's first inning of work in relief of Jason Christensen. Fastball, 0-1 to Alfonso. Chris Benson started for Pittsburgh and was magnificent.
We've seen Alfonso give a runner an opportunity to steal a base and just took the pitch. Took a pretty good pitch to hit.
Line drive, base hit right field. Mora turns second. He's going to go to third. Brown plays it back into the infield. And the winning run is 90 feet away with one out as Alfonso comes up with a base hit. So here we go. The Mets are 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. And they're just
forget the Piazza.
Well, they're setting up the double play possibility by creating a force at any base.
They're walking the number 3 hitter to get the Mike Piazza has 40 home runs. Hits over 300, makes good contact. A tough guy usually to strike out.
You've got the 2 players here, Olerud and Piazza, who have grounded into more double plays than any hitters in the National League. But what the Pirates want to do is set up a force at any base. And remember how the Pirates have kicked the ball around all weekend. Only the Expos have made more errors than the Pittsburgh Pirates among all of the teams in the major leagues. And now Piazza, and here we go again. We talked before about what everybody's got to be thinking about. When Piazza signed last winter, the idea was get the big hit, hit the big home run, make the big play to make the difference between the Mets going home early and participating in postseason play. He's going to get a chance to do it here, but against a different pitcher.
Gina Mott making a
Brad Klontz, a former Met, will come on from the bullpen with the bases loaded.
A small business is more than a collection of people. It's a team that plans together, forms relationships together. That's how the small business team at Chase works too. Experts in what small businesses really need, from cash flow to credit. Working together as a team to provide a greater range of small business solutions. So call Chase to see how our team can help yours. Chase, the right relationship is everything.
Still haven't earned enough miles for a free vacation? With the Delta United Frequent Flyer Partnership, you can apply miles flown on either airline to either account. Since together, Delta and United serve more U.S. destinations than any other partnership, you'll be earning trips faster. Delta Airlines, helping you earn trips faster.
Reach across time and see yourself. You stand tall against terrifying enemies. You build masterpieces and break down barriers. You rush into the future and meet your past. For every time, at every moment, the official network of every millennium. The History Channel, where the past comes alive.
October, and this place has been going nuts the last minute or two.
That's a big decision right here. They're drafting Mike Piazza.
Well, again, a couple of things to keep in mind here. By loading the bases, you create the force at any base, but the only force play that matters is the one at home plate. Klontz is a sidearm. He's going to be tougher on right-handers and more likely to induce a ground ball, which is what the Pirates need here. First pitch in the dirt, gets away. Mets win. The New York Mets are going to some semblance of postseason play.
postseason play.
Well, the Mets will either play off with the Cincinnati Reds for the wild card or go straight to Arizona. It depends on what happens in Milwaukee, and who knows when or if they'll even start there today, because the Reds and Brewers are being delayed by rain. But you can't look at John Franco without thinking about the long road that he's had. He came to the Mets in 1990. He's never been involved in postseason play, and technically, a wild card playoff game is not considered a postseason game, but it certainly is an extension of the 162-game regular season, something the Mets have not accomplished since 1988.
Well, this crowd has been looking to jump all day. The place is rocking, and Bobby Valentine is going to take his ball club either to Cincinnati or to Arizona. Well, I'll tell you what, Orshine's a pitch a fine ball game along with Chris Benson, but John Franco, 15 years of service in the major leagues.
Matt Loughlin is standing by downstairs with the manager of the New York Mets, Bobby Valentine. Manny, if you can hear me.
Howie Rose, absolute bedlam down on the field. The fans just standing and applauding, and Bobby Valentine pointing right back to the fans, applauding them for their effort. And Bobby, the Mets did what they had to do. 48 hours ago, left for dead. You win 3 in a row, and now you're assured of at least playing another game. What a marvelous comeback for your club.
Greatest guys in the world. I've been saying that all year, and great fans too. I love to see them come out like this. It's been wonderful, but you know, that wasn't easy, Benson. It was just tough as hell, and there are going to be tough pitches the rest of the way. It tells us we got one more game, and we'll be ready for that one more game.
We saw you post-game not only congratulating your players, but also whispering to them. It's clear by your words, by your actions, that there's a bond here. This is a very special unit in your eyes.
This is a great group. You know, I can't tell you how much they meant to me. You know, when you talk about support, this is a support system right here, and I tried to give it to them. They gave it to me and gave it to each other, and that's why they call it a team, I guess. They're a great team.
Your faith never wavered down the stretch. Even as those losses mounted, you kept saying you felt good that things were going to go your way. How does it feel now that that faith has been rewarded?
Well, you saw a wild pitch to win a game right there. You know, we got a ball in the sun, and we're due for the breaks. We got a month of breaks, and this is our month. This is October. When that calendar changed, we won 3 in a row. It's a new month.
And now it's on at least for a game tomorrow, if not on to Arizona on Tuesday. Congratulations, Bobby, on a wonderful 1999, which still goes on.
It's a great year, great group of guys. I'll guarantee you that. Thanks.
Bobby Valentine joining us here on the field, Howie Rose. Nice of him to do that. I know he wants to get into that clubhouse and talk some more to his team, but he knows the season goes on. What a moment for the Mets skipper and this club. Back up to you.
Well, it's going to be a long night for Bobby Valentine and the New York Mets right now, because they don't know where they're going other than eventually to a television set and watch Cincinnati at Milwaukee if they ever get going. The game is being delayed by rain. If the Brewers go where the Mets want them to go and beat the Reds, the Mets will head straight to Phoenix and start the division playoffs with the Arizona Diamondbacks. And this is why there's going to be at least one more game.
And Mike Piazza batting with the bases loaded, a wild pitch.
And the party has started.
To make a big impression, it helps to remember that the little things really aren't so little. Mohegan Sun.
Come Mets, please, Mets.
Experience the difference of the Mohegan Sun way.
Does it take more to get you going in the morning?
You get more for the money.
Nobody does breakfast like McDonald's.
More for it, honey.
McDonald's has more ways to start your day. From our delicious hot breakfast bagel sandwiches to hearty hotcakes and sausage. So zip by McDonald's and make more of your morning.
You get more for the money. 'Cause McDonald's treats you right.
Did somebody say McDonald's? Reach across time and see yourself. You stand tall against terrifying enemies. You build masterpieces and break down barriers. You rush into the future and meet your past. For every time, at every moment, the official network of every millennium. The History Channel, where the past comes alive.
Back when time and space shook hands and parted ways, the DNA that is you and the purity and promise that is this frost-brewed Coors Light began a journey, each of you aimed by the hand of fate at a point in the future, bringing you closer to a destination known simply as Seat 9, Section B. This is your beer, and you are this beer's destiny. Maybe it didn't recognize you.
Batteries! You went in there for batteries.
It's the Wiz $50 million clearance sale. Walk into the Wiz now and walk out with TVs, camcorders, DVD players, and home theater systems at special prices. Plus, get 1-year interest-free financing on hundreds of new items throughout the store when you use your Wiz card. The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment.
New York Mets baseball has been brought to you by The Wiz, your ticket to entertainment. By Aflac. Without it, no insurance is complete. By Delta. Proudly sponsored by the 68,000 professionals at Delta Airlines. By Coors Light. Frost Brew for that refreshing taste. Tap the Rockies. And by Priority Mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
The Miracle Mets, but they won their division by 8 games. You want miracles? Think back 48 hours. The Mets were 2 out with 3 to play. They have swept the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Cincinnati Reds have already lost twice. And even though the Astros are blowing the Dodgers out as we speak, the New York Mets are now assured of at least a playoff for the wild card. And if the Reds lose their game in Milwaukee, should it be started, then the New York Mets will advance to Phoenix for the opener of the division series. Now that, my friends, considering the events of this weekend, is a miracle. And the Mets are enjoying their fate. And who can enjoy it more than John Franco? And to keep watching him reminds you of just where he's been over a career that started in the major leagues back in 1984 and never until just moments ago had been assured of playing beyond the final day of the regular season. Again, a wild card playoff game is not by definition a postseason game, but try telling that to the 50,000 or so here at Shea who exploded after Brad Klontz's first pitch wound up at the backstop.
Well, it's a Coors Light play of the game, and Mike Piazza was batting with the bases loaded. Everybody's expecting a dramatic base hit, but it's a wild pitch, and nobody can believe it. Melvin Morris scoring the winning run. So the Mets winning on a wild pitch, and it's been a wild celebration here at Shea Stadium. The players coming back out on the field after going into the clubhouse to celebrate with the fans here at Shea Stadium. So, Howie, just an unbelievable afternoon here at Shea.
Well, you know, I'm thinking now of that 1972 playoff series. Remember when Bob Moose of the Pirates threw a wild pitch that scored George Foster with a pennant-winning run? It's the only other time I can remember something like this happening. And for all the big hits the Mets lacked with runners in scoring position, and I believe the final totals today were 1 for 11, well, it was a wild pitch that
that got him home.
It's amazing because, as I mentioned, you thought Mike Piazza would step to the plate. After they decided to walk John Olerud, they walked the bases loaded. Morrow was on third base and scored on the wild pitch, and just absolutely unbelievable ending to this ball game.
So Armando Benitez, who also turned in an important job by striking out Aramis Ramirez with a go-ahead run on second in the ninth inning, the object of some affection, and Steve Phillips, seeing all the work and all the money they spent, there's some fruit. There is at least one more game for the New York Mets, but don't go away because Heiner's Corner is coming up right here on Fox Sports Net. We'll have all the post-game celebration from the clubhouse and keep you posted as best we can for as long as we can on what, if anything, will transpire in Milwaukee this afternoon. That's up next for the Mets. TV watching, Cincinnati at Milwaukee, and this is why. A wild pitch by Brad Klontz, scoring Melvin Moore from third. The Mets won their 96th game of the season. It assures them of no worse than a tie for the wild card and may well get them a ride to Arizona. Brad Klontz throws the wild pitch, and then Shea Stadium throws a party that is still very much in progress. And who would have figured with Piazza at the plate he wouldn't have to get the bat off his shoulders in what would prove to be the definitive at-bat of the 1999 season so far. And that's what everybody's hoping is the operative term around the New York Mets so far. Heiner's Corner is coming up next. We'll give you all the post-game celebrations and a whole lot more as the Mets defeat the Pirates 2-1 in the last of the night. For Fran Healy, Matt Loughlin, and Ralph Kiner, I'm Howie Rose. Stay tuned for Heiner's Corner.
OmniPoint is more than a wireless phone. It gives you horoscopes.
Oh, yeah.
Stock reports.
Oh, no.
Receives faxes.
Oh, no.
Delivers news.
Oh, no.
Voicemail.
Fred, this is Human Resources.
Oh, no.
How does OmniPoint do so much? Simple. It's the only wireless phone with a brain. It even gives you lottery results.
Yahoo! OmniPoint.
Wireless takes the next step.
You've got a key to your house. You've got a key to your car. Well, now you've got a key to the pump. Speed Pass from Mobile. It's your personal key to getting in and out of the station fast. Just wave it at the pump, gas up, and go. To get your free Speed Pass, call now, toll free. Mobile Speed Pass is linked to a major credit card or check card you already have. Over 3 million people are already getting gas faster with Mobile Speed Pass, the fastest way to get gas.
Reach across time and see yourself. You stand tall against terrifying enemies. You build masterpieces and break down barriers. You rush into the future and meet your past. For every time, at every moment, the official network of every millennium. The History Channel, where the past comes alive.
When we redesigned Dodge Neon, we gave it a longer wheelbase and more total interior volume. Not to mention a 132-horse, 16-valve engine, 4-wheel independent suspension, theater-style lighting, 4 cup holders, a standard 6-speaker stereo, and tons of other good stuff. Now get 0.9 financing or $1,000 cash allowance on Dodge Neon.
Well, you gotta believe, and it ain't over till the fat lady sings. All those things add up to a victory for New York Mets. A real thrilling ball game. And who would have thought that a wild pitch with Piazza at the plate would be the play of the year for the New York Mets? A lot of times that happens. Back in 1941, Mickey Owen was the catcher for the Dodgers, and a wild pitch won the game for the Yankees against the Dodgers in 1941. Of course, Stan Williams made a wild pitch against the Giants, and they beat the Dodgers in the playoffs. So many, many things happen. You never know till the last man is out. And in this case, there wasn't any last out for the New York Mets as they won the ball game in a thrilling fashion. Who would have thought of that? Well, the Mets won it, but they still have a lot to go. They have possibly a playoff game with the Cincinnati Reds. And right now, that Reds game in Milwaukee is being held up because of rain. And they say it'll take at least 45 minutes, and it might not be played today. It might be played tomorrow. So another strange thing is happening in the game of baseball. But that's why we play the game. That's why we'll watch the game. That's why everything is always up for grabs. A wonderful ball game, and a guy that's been hanging around for a long time, 15 years before he got into a playoff situation, is with Matt, and here's John Franco.
All right, Ralph, thank you very much. John Franco has been a Met since he was acquired in that trade back in December of 1989. You've been through so many ups and downs here, and this club showed so much heart, so much determination. What were you thinking as things took place over the weekend and then particularly this afternoon?
Well, you know, Matt Ash said from Philadelphia in the first couple of games here, don't give up on us. And there's no quit in this locker room. Everybody, a lot of veteran guys, we know, what it takes and get some help. And we got some help, and all we had to do is go out there and take care of things ourselves. Pittsburgh Pirates played us tough. I mean, those guys over there, that team is going to be some team in a couple of years. And maybe next year. They got a lot of good young talent, but it feels great right now, that's for sure. We still have one to go, but just to get an opportunity to be playing on Monday, 3 or 4 days ago, everybody counted us out, and I guess we showed all the skeptics that they could be wrong.
Well, you're the ultimate team player, and I know that's utmost in your mind what the club does, but what does it mean for you personally that the team has put itself in a position to give you a taste of the postseason in a Met uniform?
Well, that's great. I mean, everybody in here kind of knew my situation, and I got hugs from everybody. I had tears in my eyes in the bullpen. That's all I ever wanted was an opportunity. And the bullpen was outstanding today. Mondo and Turk and Pat and Dennis. Those guys have been great all year when I was hurt. So the resilience of this team, just keep battling and battling and battling. We never gave up. Rick Reed yesterday is just great. And like I said, just get an opportunity to play tomorrow, and nobody thought it on Friday.
All right, Johnny, congratulations. And the Mets live for another day. John Franco's been here since 1990. Mike Piazza will join us. Mike at the plate as John Olerud was walked to put the bases loaded and set up that forced play. You never got a chance to swing the bat. Big smile on your face, though, as the ball skipped up on the top of the screen.
Oh, that's fine with me. I mean, I guess it's kind of indicative of a year we had this year that, we win the last game on a wild pitch. So it's kind of amazing. It's just something, again, that we're very happy to at least finish strong. And again, I'm very proud and very happy the way everyone just kind of stuck together. Everyone just hung together as a team. And there's been a lot of ups and downs this year, as I said, but, we finished strong, and now hopefully, we give our fans one more game.
You guys didn't want to make it easy, did you?
No, it wasn't easy today. I mean, you know what? Again, a lot of guys in here played a lot of baseball this year. A lot of guys have played a lot of games, and, obviously that's what we're supposed to, that's our job, and that's not a problem, but it's tough, when you go through those streaks at the end of the year because we just weren't able to rest anybody and kind of get some fresh legs out there. But again, now I think it's a good thing because we're basically having that attitude like we've got nothing to lose now, and everything from here on out is icing on the cake because everyone had us buried 6 feet under and kind of obviously got back on our feet and were able to at least finish strong.
You were here last year, of course, when the club lost its last 5 and was so down in Atlanta. Compare the feeling and how the club is going at this point is at least you'll live for another day.
I'll be honest with you, man. Last year was like a distant memory for me. I mean, I think it was just such a, so long ago, and guys were able to just put it out of their minds this year. I mean, I guess inevitably it's going to be compared to because we had a little bit of a rut towards the end of the year, but and that's baseball. We understand that, but I think everyone in this clubhouse is just was able to just forget that day one of spring training, and so they're really. I really don't remember. I know it was tough, but again, we were able to just, now we got to look forward. And no matter what we have to do, if we have to go to Cincinnati or we have to, if we get hopefully lucky and bypass them, because they've had a great year. I mean, look at their ball club too. So, we're proud of our year, but we know hopefully there's some more work for us to do.
More baseball for Mike Piazza, he hopes, is in store for the Mets. Mike, we appreciate your time. Mike Piazza standing at the plate as the wild pitch was uncorked, and here comes Melvin Ward down the line, steps on the plate, and let the celebration begin. There'll be at least one more game left in the Mets season. Depends on what happens in that Cincy-Milwaukee game if it gets underway. But the Mets took care of business as they won this afternoon.
This will be short and to the point. HIP isn't just medical centers anymore. Thousands of doctors in private practice now accept HIP, which means you can pick a doctor the same way that you always have. Now, if you're wondering where your doctor is, he or she is probably in his or her office. Call us and see if your doctor's on the list. That's the point. We're not just medical centers anymore.
Do you have the body you've always desired? Well, to get it is easy, and right now's the time. Introducing Valley Sports Clubs, state-of-the-art fitness centers with locations throughout Manhattan. Get the body you've always wanted and change your life. It's easy to get started. Take advantage of our no-sweat pricing. Just make your first monthly payment at the time you join. You'll look great and you'll feel great. Change your life. Join Valley Sports Club today. Call 800-34-VALLEY now.
Quarter figures show a strong uptick in gross revenues with a corresponding increase in pre-tax profits. The market, of course, looked upon this very favorably, and the resulting surge in our stock price brings our market capitalization to within 10% of year-end projections. To elaborate on what this means for the company, I'd like to turn the floor over to our chairman.
Once there was a time movie theaters were part of the community. Hello everyone, I'm Nick Clooney, and if you're like me, you remember them as elegant places, special places. Always close by, always somewhere you felt comfortable, taking the entire family. And the movies, these were quality films, real entertainment. It's good to know that some things haven't changed. Clearview Cinemas, we bring neighbors to the movies.
Well, it was back in 1969 when the Mets had a celebration when they won the National League Championship right here at Shea Stadium. That's a long time ago, and the first question we want to ask Steve Phillips, who is here now, is what's new, Steve?
Well, I'll tell you what, it's been a crazy week, and for it to come to this point where we still have destiny at our hand, I'm really excited for these players. They really gave everything on the field, gave everything to their manager, to the coaching staff, and to the city, and I couldn't be prouder of them.
One of the things that you did with this ball club is spend an awful lot of money to put it together. Over $100 million, and that's a pretty big responsibility. And you had a lot riding on this season, and right now it came to a wonderful ending.
Well, there's no question about it. I mean, the owners were willing to invest in winning this year. We made some good decisions to bring in the right players, and they've played great baseball. We've also been lucky and fortunate they've stayed healthy, which, as you know, is critical for teams to have good seasons. So, you know, these guys, it's the players and the staff. They went out there and got the job done, and, you know, we still have a lot of baseball left to play.
You have a lot left to play, and, of course, you've played some great baseball ever since June the 6th when the Mets made the changes with the coaching staff. And that was the start of a real turnaround from the Mets who were playing under .500 ball.
Well, there's no question. It's a shame that is the line of demarcation that kind of has set and really set this team apart. But you know, I think at that point it did a number of different things. I think more than anything, it probably sent a message how serious we were about this season, and also we didn't want it to get away from us. And I think everybody got the message, and the players really went out there and played extremely well and very consistently. And I think our starting pitching turned around. Which probably was the biggest change from that point that gave us the ability to play very consistent baseball.
You know, it's amazing with this ball club. We really don't have any pitcher that has a record that would be indicative of the way the Mets played.
Well, I think that's right. I think that when we put this team together, we knew there weren't deals that we could make that could compete with the Atlanta Braves pitching staff. Therefore, we wanted to have 1 through 12 the best quality depth that we could so that we could outlast the opponent. And that's really the way we won over the course of the season.
You know, the amazing thing about Valentin is the way he did use his secondary pitching, and of course the breakdown of John Franco and the fact that Benitez came in and did so well.
Well, I think that, you know, I know Bobby gets criticized for a lot of the things that he does and the decisions that he makes. He's forced to make more decisions just because of the nature of the personnel of this team. We don't have starters that go deep into the game. Therefore, he's making more pitching changes and more decisions earlier in the game. And I think he's done a heck of a job managing this bullpen over the course of the season.
Well, the one thing about Bobby is he wants to win.
You know, I mean, that's the other thing about it. I mean, he cares so much. He studies it. He thinks about it. He lives it. He breathes it. And he's paid a pretty hefty price over time for it. And I'm really happy for him that we're almost there for him.
One of the big acquisitions you made was to get Henderson to play in the outfield and also to be a leadoff batter and get on base. He did all of that.
Well, he definitely did. You know, one of the things we had to address last year was the leadoff spot and also to add some team speed. In '98, Ricky stole 66 bases, which was 4 more than we stole as a team. So we really knew that adding him to our club was going to add an element to our offense that we hadn't had in the past. And he set the tone. I mean, having Ricky Henderson go to the plate for you to say, here are the Mets, we're in town, with that confidence and that arrogance, I think is a strong message.
What about the fact, does he know who you are yet?
Well, I think he recognizes me now, but I'm still not sure he knows my name.
He's really a strange guy. And we'll be back right after these messages.
Starters that go deep into the game. Therefore, he's making...
A happy crowd filing out of Shea Stadium. They were as much a part of the Mets win this afternoon as the team itself. Turk Wendell joins us, 2 2/3 of work. And Turk, the crowd certainly was behind the club this afternoon. A lot of life. They give you a lot of juice.
Definitely. It's something that gets you pumped up, takes your game to a whole nother level. And it was very, very important.
We have seen over the last 2 years in particular that you thrive in these big moments. You want the ball when the game is on the line, and when you came in, it was a 1-1 game, 2 2/3 innings of work, and we're going to take a look at a couple of your strikeouts, but just fabulous work. You say, give me the ball, don't you?
That's the way I like it. I like to pitch when it's important. I don't think anybody really wants to pitch when it doesn't mean anything, and it's something I do thrive on.
All right, talk about this club and what they've battled through. 7-game losing streak. Everyone says, forget about it, it's over, another collapse. And yet, they play 162 games for a reason. What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so happy. I'm about ready to cry. It's weird. The guys on this team just handle themselves so professionally day in and day out. And everything happens for a reason. I believe we lost 8 games earlier in the season in a row to help us go through the good times we went through and appreciate them more. And then I think that the 7 games we lost here as of late, it just makes us that much stronger going into the playoffs and into this final game, if need be, tomorrow.
The bullpen has been such a critical cog for this club all year long. And then during that streak, struggled a little bit. And everyone said, you know what, overused, not doing the job. And yet, what we see down the stretch, yourself, Pat Mahomes, Armando, John, Dennis Cook, when called on, in crunch time doing it. Were you upset by the talk that, well, you know what, they're struggling a little bit, and some of the blame was placed on your shoulders?
No, that's part of the game, and you take the good with the bad. And, hey, we just hit a little dry spell there, and everybody goes through it. I don't care who you are. Everybody has a little bit of a slump, whether it's a couple games or 5 games, somewhere during the course of the season. The season's just too long for you to put up all-star numbers every single day. I mean, I don't think if somebody does that, you're not human.
Well, there's been a delay caused by Mother Nature in Milwaukee, so you guys will have to wait around for a while to find out whether you go to Cincinnati tomorrow or whether it's on to Arizona on Tuesday. What are you going to do as you wait out that rain delay?
I'm going to visit with my family. Some family members came down, my sister and my uncle, and I got a pack still. So it's just about the size of it. Make a few phone calls, call my dad and my mom, and
what are you going to
talk to my wife. I don't know. Did you see the game? Sure they did, but I don't know. I'd probably just talk about it a little bit and just get their perspective on what happened.
All right, well, what happened this afternoon was that Turk Wendell was outstanding. 2 2/3 of relief work, and the Mets with the 2-1 win. And so the season goes on. There'll be at least a game for the Mets still to play here in 1999. And we will have special post-game coverage of the game if it's played tomorrow in Cincinnati. You'll be able to watch it on Fox Sports Net New York and Madison Square Garden immediately following the game. But we'll have more right after this.
This will be short and to the point. HIP isn't just medical centers anymore. Thousands of doctors in private practice now accept HIP, which means you can pick a doctor the same way that you always have. Now, if you're wondering where your doctor is, he or she is probably in his or her office. Call us and see if your doctor's on the list. That's the point. We're not just medical centers anymore.
A small business is more than a collection of people. It's a team that plans together, forms relationships together. That's how the small business team at Chase works too. Experts in what small businesses really need, from cash flow to credit. Working together as a team to provide a greater range of small business solutions. So call Chase to see how our team can help yours. Chase, the right relationship is everything.
Okay, we know there are enough calling plans on this planet.
Yeah, it's way too complicated. Make it simple.
I will. You see, with new AT&T One Rate 7-cent plan, it's nothing but simple. It's 7 cents a minute all day, every day, whenever you call. There are no 10 numbers to dial.
Or those nickel rates that are sometimes a quarter.
No, that was not me. With AT&T One Rate, it's simple, period. So what was confusing is now not.
I like simple.
Simple is good.
And tomatoes.
Even better.
All day, every day. Call 1-800-4-1-RATE to enroll.
Once there was a time movie theaters were part of the community. Hello everyone, I'm Nick Clooney, and if you're like me, you remember them as elegant places, special places. Always close by, always somewhere you felt comfortable taking the entire family. And the movies, these were quality films, real entertainment. It's good to know that some things haven't changed. Clearview Cinemas, we bring neighbors to the movies.
It's a pleasure to have Howie Rose on the show. I've worked with Howie for 4 years, and it's really been fun to work with you and Fran Healy over these past 4 years. And this game sort of reminds me of a story when Tommy Hamrick hit a home run off of Don Newcomb to win the game 1-0 in a World Series. Some reporter said one was the turning point of the game. And this game right here, the turning point was a wild pitch.
Probably the last thing you'd think about under those circumstances. I think they were bringing in Clance because he's a side-arming right-hander, tougher on a right-hand hitter, maybe get the ground ball. He got the ground ball, except he threw it rather than have it hit.
Well, wild pitches, of course, are a part of the ball game, and the one thing about the Mets is that they did come back from a losing streak that really hurt them badly. The wild pitch right here is a tough pitch. It's a sidearm fastball. It bounces down the dirt and bounces away from Oliver, the catcher, and Piazza is a guy that's at the plate. You know, when you have a hitter as good as Piazza is, a pitcher has a tendency to really overthrow and can make those kind of pitches.
It looked like exactly what happened to Clance there. First pitch, fastball in the dirt. And now the celebration, it's kind of a strange, almost muted celebration when you think about the ramifications, because they don't even know if there's going to be a Cincinnati game, although the Mets are, we're told, going to go to Cincinnati anyway, if they don't get to play that game in Milwaukee today.
Well, there's a great restaurant in Cincinnati, and they might as well go there, because if Cincinnati loses the ball game, they'll go on to Arizona.
Well, now you plug it. Where were you earlier in the season when we were going to make some trips into Cincinnati and we can get the benefits of this?
Well, the Masonette is wonderful.
Masonette?
Yeah.
All right. Keep that in mind. We're in there next April, I think.
But the other side of the coin, it was a interesting ball game and a great season all the way through. And I would say the turning point of the season was back on June the 6th when the Mets beat the Yankees in that ball game, the last game of that 3-game series. And from there on, they played great baseball until the very end. And then did come back and win a very important series with the my old team, the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And it turns out that the man who pitched that game against the Yankees to turn the entire season around on the 6th of June was Al Leiter, who also won a big game this week. Al is standing by inside the Mets clubhouse with our Matt Loughlin.
All right, Howie, thank you very much. Before the game today, Al Leiter said, well, there's nothing I can really do to help this team. I'm not going to play, but as a Mets fan growing up, you're going to be on the bench cheering. So now a Mets fan lives a bit of a dream. The club season continues.
And he's got a little agita, too. I think I did a couple shots of Pepto and about a handful of Rolaids. It's so much harder. Oro was saying that earlier after he had got taken out to watch this kind of game, knowing what it means, and to have no bearing on the game. It's nerve-wracking, a lot of pacing.
Despite that, was there any moment when you thought maybe it might not happen the way the club had struggled a little bit to get runs against Benson?
Of course. Chris Benson's a great pitcher. He's going to have a great career, and really the whole series with Schmidt throwing as well as he did, we knew it was going to be tough scoring, and it just turned out that way. And obviously the way the bullpen picked up and the way Oral pitched, it really was good all the way around. And no, I always have a positive outlook on things, and even though it was a tight game, I figured we were going to win.
All right, now you will be the starting pitcher, whether it's tomorrow in Cincinnati or if Mother Nature forces a game on Tuesday, or whether it's opening the division series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So look ahead to that next start and what's going through your head.
Yeah, but what am I looking ahead to? Who am I facing?
I don't know. It could be Cincinnati.
Well, no, that's the thing. No, I'll tell you what. Obviously,
so you can't prepare until you know.
Well, no, I'm obviously under the assumption that the Reds are the closer the two games. I'm going to assume that the Reds win, and I'm going to start looking at Cincinnati tapes and start preparing for that lineup, as opposed to, you know, the latter, which I hope it is the latter of flying to Arizona and checking out the Arizona lineup. So my mindset is starting to think about Cincinnati.
All right, now, you know, we know when you were growing up, as we mentioned, you were a Mets fan. You were sitting at Shea Stadium, big games, cheering on your heroes, Tom Seaver, Jerry Koosman. Talk about the fans. George Theodore, the Stork, of course, very important to Al Leiter's youth. Talk about the fans today and what they were going through, because you were in their boat not too long ago watching this club pull games out.
No doubt. It was exciting, and if you paint the picture the way obviously it ended here, I imagine most fans are going home today and we'll talk about this for a long time. And really, as a player on this team, I'd had hoped that it was a 10-1 blowout, but it was obviously exciting, and they deserve it. Met fans have been great. This turnout today was unbelievable, so positive in the stands, and we felt it.
All right, well, the fans will talk about Al Leiter's performance this year and Mike Piazza's, just like Al recalls Tom Seaver, Jerry Koosman, and George Theodore. Howie, Ralph, back to you.
I'm here with Howie Rose, and speaking of George Theodore,
I knew there was a story coming here about George Theodore.
Jack Buck said he was put together by a committee. He was a big gangly guy with arms and legs flying all over the place. But the series, of course, was a great series, and the Mets had to win the ball game. There's no question about that. And I wish it would have been a 10-1 blowout, too. It would have been a little bit easier on us.
But in retrospect, I guess it'll be better for everybody because they were able to persevere after sweating through the whole thing. And now, you know, just when you get ready to relax a little bit, you have to work it back up for that Cincinnati-Milwaukee game that, again, may not even be played until tomorrow. And that would mean the Mets could push back another day. They're going to Cincinnati tonight, but it's conceivable. If they have to play that Cincinnati-Milwaukee game tomorrow, Mets get a little extra rest, which probably wouldn't hurt them either under the circumstances.
And one of the nice things about the game today, the crowd was really a strange crowd because they were in anticipation of the Mets winning, but at the same time, we weren't too sure it was going to happen all through the game. And our cameras, all the guys did a great job of getting those faces on the screen, and there were more nails that were cut down to the nub than I've ever seen in the ballpark.
A lot of clasped hands in praying position, too. I got to tell you, by the way, thank you for this invitation. I thought you had to hit home runs or pitch a shutout or something to get on Kiner's Corner.
How about
this? This is about as good as it gets.
You might be the worst guest we've ever had.
And I've got the scouting reports to prove it.
I didn't see your batting average at all.
That's because you can't find it.
Oh, that's what it is.
That's right. It's that minuscule.
Well, the Mets certainly had a great season up to now. The regular season, of course, is behind us. 162 games down to the last wire, the last pitch. pitch and here at Shea Stadium. It was really a wonderful ending to a great year, and we're looking forward to next year.
Absolutely, Ralph. Great as always.
Okay, Howie, good to see you. And also, Fran's probably on his way right now to
a restaurant.
To a restaurant, yeah.
Absolutely. All right, so the sun certainly shone on the Mets this afternoon. They didn't die. There's more Mets baseball to come, but first let's look back on the season that was. Coming on, and he makes the catch. Fly ball deep to left field. Move over, Hubie. You've got company. Ordonez, quick flip. Alfonso to first and double play.
Go to Bruce Beck at Shea Stadium. Bruce?
Glenn, what a way to end the regular season. Game 162 for the Mets, and they needed a win. A victory, and they're guaranteed of at least playing on Monday against Cincinnati. A loss, and it's possible the season could be over. Let's take a look at the highlights of this ball game. The Pirates draw first blood. Top of the first, Kevin Young delivers a single to left center off Oral Hershiser. Al Martin scores from second, 1-0 Pittsburgh. In the bottom of the fourth, the Mets get a break. John Olerud's leadoff grounder played beautifully for a moment by Kevin Young, but then he throws the ball into the Mets dugout. 3 batters later, with Olerud on third, Darrell Hamilton laces one the other way. Olerud scores. Hamilton ends up with a double. The Mets tie the game at 1. In the top of the 6th, the Pirates try to rally. 2 on, 2 outs for cleanup hitter Kevin Young, but Pat Mahomes, the Mets' third pitcher of the inning, guns him down and gets pumped up. Bottom of the 6th, the Mets load the bases against Chris Benson, but fail to score. Pinch hitter Matt Franco ends the inning with a foul pop to third. Still a 1-1 ball game. Now bases loaded, bottom of the 9th. Mike Piazza at the plate, and reliever Brad Klontz's first pitch goes in the dirt all the way to the backstop. Melvin Moore races home and scores the game-winning run. The Mets live for another day. 2-1 the final. The celebration is on, at least for now.